dance. Dance. force. You are no wonder force. Coming unstoppable. You are no wonder force.
깠어.
부중.
에이컨 브리지.
치킨으로 갈게.
에이컨 안 쓴다. 너 이거.
뺐다.
야 오빠 까봐라. 온다. 자기.
못 갈 것 같아. 빠져. 무슨 다 빠져.
가자.
우리 3명 걸렸어.
시답이었어.
나이스.
이 브리지 145댐.
104 까줄게. 남아 형만.
가져. 에이컨 가는 거 조심.
가자.
나이스.
에커 시켜주지. 엎드려 대시.
연마 없어. 시작. 가라 조심해.
내가 보고 있어. 가. 나 들어갈게 되나 이거? 기다려.
시 혼자야. 시로 깎아도 돼 얘들아. 블락 깠어.
가라지 않아?
A 오멘. 천천히 해.
이래.
Down mid.
시쪽이었어. A가. A로 와 형.
A 돼 같아.
나 설하고 언더 왔다.
나 오케이 언덕. 나 여기 바깥 쓸게 형.
스파이크 설치.
우리가 브리핑 해줄게. 에임 집중해 둘 다.
뒤로 돌아올 수도 있다.
쇼.
리코 갈게.
앞쪽. 살아. 그냥 너 빼. 따로 해.
오늘 어떤데?
오늘 버스.
나이스 수고하냐.
잘했어.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
If I'm gone, baby, so when I'm gone, baby, if I did you wrong, baby, you gotta elevate. I might be long, or I might come right home, even if I'm alone, baby. You gotta elevate. We made up. I told you to get away. You know I've been fed up. I said it before. It feels like we've been fading, 'cause of your stupid games. And I don't wanna wait more, but girl, you should know, baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. I'm sorry that I never took you out. Oh, I'm sorry for the ways that I made you go. I love you so. You had my heart, but now it's something that we'll never know. Something that we'll never know. Yeah. Something that we'll never know. Something that we'll never
evening, Valorant fans. We are live with another pre-show here from Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. My name is William Cho. I'll be hosting the desk today, joined by Quack and Valdez. And first of all, Quack, you had a day off yesterday, right? Were you just kind of chilling and watching the games?
Yeah, chilling, watching the games,
How
having
was that?
fun, supporting. Well, I had Indomie first of all.
Oh, okay.
for RQ, and then TS. I mean, wow, I just don't really know what to say about yesterday's games. They're kind of quick, to be honest.
Yeah, that does seem to kind of be the way to summarize yesterday's two best of threes.
Yeah, I was there casting with Tasteless, and the games were very quick. Well, actually, the maps themselves weren't, but a couple of 2-0s, and there was one team that was quite dominant, and it was just pretty straightforward. And a bit unfortunate for the teams that did lose, but at least T1 took a good step forward, and so did Team Secret.
Yeah, so obviously we had three teams that were in the middle of the pack. Let's actually take a look at the leaderboard so far to analyze how things are shaking up, because we're now kind of getting past this halfway mark of VCT Pacific 2023. DRX continue to lead at the top with 5 wins, 0 losses. Now they did, of course, drop their first map so far here in week 5. But otherwise, I mean, after yesterday's result, I mean, the most unfortunate thing, we're all looking at it, right? I mean, DFM at the bottom, 0 wins, 5 losses.
And you know what's interesting is actually there was like this fun little statistic that was brought up on Twitter. The number of round wins or map wins that DRX has won is almost equivalent to the number, actually maybe more than the rounds lost and maps lost by DFM. It's pretty shocking, if I'm being honest. God, wow, just ouch.
Yeah, just opposite ends of the spectrum here.
Yeah, and we also had a bunch of the middle of the pack teams. There's 3 teams now tied for 4th at 3 and 2.
Yeah, they just kind of shuffled up there.
Yeah, I mean,
we're fighting for that
everything's
4th
going
place.
well for them. At this point, they will have a chance at making it into playoffs and getting into that stage. So we are kind of at the middle of the season right now. So this is when it's kind of crunch time. Not quite crunch time. It's not like the last week where you might be able to sneak in and get that last spot. But every single match matters, and those 3 teams are going to be duking it out to see who's going to have a better seed, perhaps, in playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about some of those teams. Of course, they played yesterday first up. Yesterday's match 1 was RRQ versus T1. Now, these are 2 teams that were actually tied for 5th at the time, and trying to see who can break away from that middle, right? Try to get into the upper echelons here at VCT Pacific. It was T1 coming out on top.
Definitely. I mean, T1, their match against Genji might have been a little bit tough, a little bit tricky. Genji is that second place team right now for sure, but they had a pretty good freaking performance, I think, yesterday. You see so many rounds with like Saya player just going for crazy peaks, landing incredible op shots. Munchkin was IGLing out of his mind. I think RRQ really tried. We see different shades of colors to them, and they really tried to show a different performance at the same time. We were inspired by their win from last week, but it just looked a little bit rough at times because of the IGLing. I think there are still things to be tightened up for this squad, but that said, my God, T1, they are growing.
Yeah, it was, in terms of growing, I feel like Munchkin, even outside of his fantastic IGLing, as you already mentioned, Quack, his clutches in both maps, but especially here on Fracture, were just kind of insane, and there were multiple times where the camera was on him afterwards because production's like, oh, this was the guy, this was the guy.
Yeah.
Like every single time, because he just kept doing insane stuff, and he kept on like getting 3Ks, 4Ks, and actually just carrying the team amongst the other guys, like Saya player, who also had some fantastic opping moments. So I feel like they really stepped into their own, and Munchkin looks fantastic mechanically as well. And if he can keep that level up, T1 are a really strong team here at the top, the upper echelon of VCT Pacific.
Absolutely.
Definitely munched on something crazy for breakfast that day. I don't know what it was, but his performance, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
I mean, I think it was also a reminder that Munchkin is one of those players that used to be a superstar, right? Used to really hard carry his old squad of Crazy Raccoon back in Japan and Challengers Japan and things like that. So kind of showing himself back in prime form. Now, I will just throw one fun little thing out there. So I ran into T1 ZETA yesterday after their game, and I was like, man, ZETA, I just can't ever get your predictions right whenever T1 plays. I predict them, they lose. I predict against you, you win. What's going on? And he goes, no, you can really trust us from here on out going forward. You can always bank on us for the rest of our schedule. So that's just a note for any doubters of T1 out there. ZETA says, no, we're done with all that. We're going to win from here on out. So we'll keep an eye on them. Of course, we had 2 matches yesterday. The second one, the second best of 3, was DFM versus Team Secret. Now, Team Secret was the team who really wanted that win to be able to continue on in the middle of the pack. And DFM, they still are kind of chasing this elusive win.
Yeah, it was rough yesterday. I mean, the first map, it looked a little bit closer, right? DFM actually almost even got to force it into overtime, and we were like, oh, this is crazy. Like, did we actually curse Team Secret, as everybody on Twitter was saying? Turns out the answer was no at the end of the day, but I think DFM put on a pretty nice performance, but Team Secret are a great team, and they came out here pretty slow, to be honest. Like, I thought that DFM came out fast, loose, and they were playing a pretty strong and aggressive style. And Team Secret were a bit caught off guard. You saw that the half was 6-6. It was quite even. But at the end of the day, Team Secret just barely got through Ascent, and then the second map was
a bit more of a slaughter, perhaps, would you say?
A little bit more, yeah.
A little bit?
Yeah.
I vividly remember this round with the judge, because DFM just basically walked straight into dubstep. I mean, that happened on Ascent as well with the push into A main. Dubstep holding on the other side with the ghost. He got like 2 aces, I suppose, maybe close to a second ace. And that shot with the Sheriff as well.
No, there was this moment, right? Soldam, I mean, putting up the highlights that he's known for, kind of making his own little YouTube package out here with another frag movie.
Yeah. Those are the TikTok clips that we want to see, but, you know, it happens few in between every round, but
yeah,
you need more of it.
And the thing is they need more of not just him. Like, they need a team around him, because when we first saw Seldom come in the lineup, we're like, oh, this isn't really what worked for them in the past, but he ended up just essentially being the only person, especially on the second map of Haven, which was like nobody else was able to do anything except Seldom, who was just single-handedly setting up a bunch of like YouTube shorts or Insta Reels or whatever you want to call it, and that was it.
Yeah,
and,
I think the best way
they were really cool.
Right, yeah, I mean, but this
really
is more,
cool.
even if you were Soldum, right, I think even for Soldom's position, this is more of a silver lining than something to be happy about, right? Because obviously you're here, you're playing with the team, you're trying to commit to this long-term project of growing as a team, and it seems like DFM, they still haven't figured out what part of the formula is missing.
It's a really tough question to ask as well, because clearly they have those right pieces. You know, we got players like Soldam, we got good IGLs, we got great players in Suggest as well, Zenfree, Controller, everything is somewhat in place. Just how do you piece those puzzles together? How do you piece those puzzle pieces together? And that's something that they have to answer for us, you know.
I mean, yeah, they're the only ones who can answer.
Exactly.
And all we can do, especially if you're a fan of DFM, is try to just support them and wait it out, right? Just see where is this headed. Obviously, for this season of VCT Pacific, they are running out of time to make it into playoffs. But hey, remember, remember that VCT doesn't end there, right? There's still things like the Last Chance Qualifier. I mean, there's of course next year as well. So I think there's still something to look forward to here. We'll just have to wait and see on the side of DFM. Now, before we wrap up the pre-show, as we always do, my favorite corner whenever I'm hosting the desk is we get to quiz our panelists here, our analysts on the desk on their knowledge of either the game itself or our tournament so far.
What are we doing today?
Today, I believe we have a memory test prepared. We've done these before, right?
I got amnesia.
Okay. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out if you really do or not.
Were
we've got
you
some
watching?
clips. Yeah, we've got some clips, I believe, from yesterday. And who wants to go first? Should we test?
Let's let him go first.
All right, let's test if you really lost your memory or not.
Why can't we do the map one? Like, come on.
No. All right, Quack's going to go first. We're going to play a clip, and we'll see. I mean, all of our viewers should join us as well. See if you remember where this is from if you watched yesterday's game.
See if you're better than Quack. You probably are, but I think we just saw this,
Wait,
right?
we just Wait, no.
Did we though? Because okay, so the facts are there, right?
That's true.
Dubstep is in
He
garage.
is holding a
but
judge.
He has a judge.
But he's done that more than one round.
True.
So which round is this?
This is round 5.
Well, this is round 5.
Don't remember.
All right,
This is
30
why I have
seconds.
Amnesia. Short-term memory loss. Hi, my name is Dory. All right. I'm going to say it is that clip. That's the only thing that I can remember. It's going to be the shock dart to try to clear the turret. I don't think it actually reaches to it. Anytime they swing and peek, they're going to be met by Dubstep's swift justice, dealt by the judge that is the hammer. And that's going to be the round. Dubstep's going to live.
All right, let's play the clip, see if he cleans house or not.
I'm glad we gave him this one because I was casting yesterday, and this one's the easy one for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, Thank you, production.
We just saw it in the highlight reel as well, the quick 4K.
Yeah, I remember this from 2 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
Wow, you have great memory, Quack.
Thank you so much.
The little spoiler was way ahead of us.
I knew I had it.
All right, well, obviously a highlight moment there, of course, for Dubstep, and, I mean, anyone who holds a judge in Garage on Haven. But we're not out of the woods yet. We've got Valdez up next. All right, Brendan, let's see how your memory's doing.
I was...
you were casting, so
I
you
was
did watch
casting
all
with
the games.
Tasteless, and, you know, I feel like I am just reliving yesterday all over. We did our recaps.
There you go.
And now we're doing our memory test.
Whoa.
Okay, so this is...
It's not a pistol round.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go, Brendan.
I actually think I do remember this.
I wish I could help.
This one is much harder.
It is much harder. It is much harder. For one, I'll tell you this: it wasn't in the highlight package that we saw.
No, it wasn't in the highlight package. For I think a pretty good reason. I'm pretty sure that Takajay just steps out and kills the guy.
All right.
I don't really like.
All right, Takajay's gonna swing out and get a kill. That's your
Yeah,
prediction.
I don't think there's
I feel
much
like there are multiple
else.
guys on the other
All
side.
right. There are multiple guys, but let's play the clip. Because what I think we're about to find out is very different from Brendan's prediction.
Oh god, I remember this now.
Yeah, he does get a kill.
Yeah, he does kill the guy. He's right.
You are correct. He does get a kill, but obviously this was the moment where
yeah, it was a bit more than that. Like I'll give myself maybe like a 70% because
you're quite generous.
He did. No, I mean,
come on, Professor.
That was
Will.
the majority. Like we were going crazy because it was Hunter's Fury against Hunter's Fury, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And it got a kill as well.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
It was just absolute chaos, and
There was a lot going
what
on.
starts off with that was that, but actually, like to get it perfectly right, should have said like that was the crazy moment with the double Hunter's Fury and the.
They all get pinged and they all dodge
Yeah,
each other.
He knew it in his head. He just didn't say it out. He's still right. He's
Yeah.
still right.
He's giving all of us a chance
I just
to
wanted to
relive the
mention
moment.
the swing and the kill. Yeah,
We'll make it up to
That's what really
Professor
stuck
Will.
out in my mind.
Was that kill? You're just remembering the positives of
Yeah.
each clip. All right.
Just gonna give us extra credit for this.
No, you guys. I'll give you passing grades. That's
Okay.
what we'll stick with here at the
C.
test.
Pass,
That's all I
fail.
want.
For today's pre-show, of course, we do have another match coming up today. It is a Monday, so we just have one single best of 3. It's going to be ZETA going up against Talon. We'll bring you that match when we come back from this short break.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now getting ready for our last match of Week 5 here at VCT Pacific 2023. It's going to be Talon going up against Zeta Division. Now, let's just get the elephant in the room out of the way. Talon currently also at 0 wins, 4 losses. The question remains, do they stick with DFM at the bottom of the board, or do they finally branch away from them?
Well, it's a good question, right? I feel like they really haven't shown their true form. They have kind of been all over the place, to be honest. This is a team that we feel like has a higher ceiling, but they're not really close to it just yet. We saw some decent stuff at Lock-In, but that was a long time ago, right? So they've come into VCT Pacific. They've looked okay, but they've only taken 1 map. So at the same time, while I think they can reach a higher level, they're really struggling to get there, right? It's taken them quite a while. So I'm curious, what is the secret sauce? What is the answer here? Do you have it, Quack?
Gosh.
You wish you did, though, right?
Yeah.
I'm hoping you do.
Maybe they were hoping that Boy was. He's that assistant coach that they did just pick up at the start of the season. But yeah, none of us here really have those answers. None of us can really come up with anything because it's up to them to show us what they've got. And that's the question we have at our hands today. Talon, they're a team that has shown us great performances before, like you mentioned, but just so far throughout the entire league play. This is now Week 5. It's still 0 wins. I do think it's not all hopeless. It's not all impossible because
Sure.
They did push DRX pretty far, even though the Split Mountain one was triple duelist was kind of weird.
Yeah.
But Pearl was kind of nice. I actually like that one.
Yeah, I mean, they showed some signs of their old selves over on Pearl, I think is the best way to put it. And then, of course, obviously now it has been some time, but back at Lock-In, they did put up a good fight against DRX then, and obviously they beat some other teams as well at an international level. So the question is, again, have they solved their own riddle yet or not? Now, their opponents, this is another team that we thought maybe was in kind of the same chaotic shape at the beginning of Pacific, but they seem to be really coming together in the form of Zeta Division.
Yeah, Zeta's look really good. I mean, they're sitting at 3-1, right? They've only taken that 1 loss.
Third place.
So far, especially their last match, although that was against DFM, so you have to take it with a grain of salt, but they looked incredible, actually. They came out and they absolutely stomped. Depp was a monster, okay? I was casting these guys, and it was pretty intense watching how well they were able to play, and yeah, certainly the favorite between the 2 Japanese teams at the moment. And if they do take this win, they could tie Gen G at 4-1, and that's a pretty incredible scoreline this early on.
Very, very likely. I mean, I think at the start of the season, this entire league play, we were all kind of maybe slightly doubting them a little bit, and maybe XQQ's coaching isn't quite bringing them the success that they're looking for. They seem really careful, super slow at times. But the recent weeks, oh my god, the entire team has switched it up to a whole new 11. Depp especially has been coming up with so many crazy performances, aces on top of aces, and the whole team is just starting to come together. Not only are they tactical with the procedures and how they clear corners now, they have this new courage to go on the offensive at times, and that's what I really like about them.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, and we're talking about that 1 loss they've had. Let's look at the schedule that both teams have had so far, because it's important to point out that Zeta Division, their 1 loss so far was in the first week against DRX, right?
So let's get that out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, we were all talking about it during that match of, okay, maybe it's a benefit that they're getting this out of the way and learning their hard lessons first so that they can grow from there on out.
But yeah, they definitely have grown, and right now that's what we see. They are 3rd place. They're on top of Paper Rex. They're on top of T1, Team Secret even, and that's pretty friggin' amazing. And you have to keep on to that hope because you want to see them at Masters Tokyo. That's what we're all hoping for. On the other hand, Talon, that's just the thing that just feels bad, man. There's no other way to mask this. I'm sorry.
It's very interesting because Talon's strength of schedule has been relatively difficult. I mean, they still have Gen G, but other than that, I feel like there are a bunch of teams in there that they could potentially take out. Whereas on the side of Zeta Division, I feel like it only gets more and more difficult. It started at super high difficulty, and then the server was like, no, your MMR is way too high. We're going to put you right down at the bottom. slowly build it up, and maybe that helps with their confidence. Maybe that helps them, kind of get it well adjusted. But now, they're gonna face off against Talon today, who doesn't take a win, but then they have Team Secret, PRX, T1 Gen G, 2 really strong Korean teams at the end. It'll be interesting to see where ZETA does end up, because I feel like, they're taking a lot of wins here, even 2-1s against RQ and Global Esports that, other teams at the upper echelon are kind of 2-0ing and winning more decisively.
Because if this is like that server with the MMR system, ZETA's looks pretty good. It's just super weird for Talon because, if they're playing against like teams that are really tough at the start, and now it's like next week's gonna be Paper X. It's just so it's a tall mountain to climb, guys.
Yeah, I mean they're never really getting a full break, right? I mean they're facing a couple tough opponents, and then they kind of maybe have a couple more where you expected them to win. They've already lost those as well, so it truly is do or die time, obviously, with 0 wins and 4 losses after week 4. And taking a look at hopefully what both teams have shown so far, not just in their schedule, but in the numbers they've put up. I mean, this is what really tells the story for me, is you can have 0 wins, but you can, if you showed signs of life, maybe we see the potential. But Talon, all of their stats are literally at the bottom, right? And there's no other way to put it because this is just a numerical fact
here. Don't be fooled by the number 3 in rounds played, by the way. That means they have lost more one-sidedly than a lot of other teams.
Yes.
Less so than 2 others, I guess. The only other thing that's not number 10 is their defensive sided win rate, which is 39%. So, yeah, I mean, this is what you're going to get. The team is 0-4. You're going to have bad stats, right? Like, you can't sugarcoat that. On the side of ZETA, it's, all relatively pretty high. 50% pistol round win rate, nothing really that I'm looking at. Seems very kind of even across the board.
Yeah, it's like if you're buying computer parts and you're not sure, like, oh god, what does this number mean? What am I looking to buy? Just get the bigger one. Just get the bigger one. The number that's higher. And that's right now that's ZETA.
Well, yeah, and then also, I mean, going off of that analogy, if you're not really sure how to really fine tune it, just get the ZETA division, right? It's reliable. It's gonna get the job done, right? It's right above the middle of the pack right now. But also, I mean, if we were, obviously we can't go just off of the stats, but it looks like, if they clean up just 1 or 2 things, maybe their pistol rounds, maybe their eco rounds, then they might be able to shoot right up, because maybe that's what's holding them back from a couple of these maps that they've dropped so far. So we've talked about the teams overall. Now, there are a couple players we've mentioned here and there. Of course, on the side of Talon, they've also been doing a lot of shifts back and forth. But it's actually funny, because the key players we brought up when we were prepping for this week was Garnets versus Depp as entries, and Garnet's currently missing for that first map.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. That's the thing about Talon. We're never quite sure what their opening composition is going to be, what their structure even is, because they've swapped around roles so many times now. But last week, I think he was that duelist. He was that entry fragger, similar to what Zepp is doing. Depp definitely, I mean, he's just unstoppable right now with the way that he's been getting aces. But he's almost always on Jet.
Yes.
He's the one who does those things with the operator at times. Garnets does it similarly, maybe not to the same level of success. He does whiff shots at times, but Garnets has the potential to go off to a raise. And I think that's something that we could look out for. If they actually play split today and Garnets is back on a raise, he might be able to find some rounds together.
Maybe. If they do put him back in, Like,
yeah, maybe.
I would assume they do, but you were talking about the different role swapping and the different players that are coming in and out. Actually, on the Korean desk, they were going to highlight how many different agents a lot of these different players have played and how they are just really mixing everything up. And yeah, a lot of these highlights for Depth are against DFM, right? So again, the weakest team currently in the league. ZETA kind of had their way with them. It was very one-sided. They were just stomping, right? In Depth, on the Jet, he was running in, and there was kind of just no obstacles for him. So that's why he had all these super high numbers, these crazy highlights, because it kind of felt like he could just do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember that Depp is one of those players back within Japan that a lot of people had high hopes for, right? People have said that he's very explosive. He's the player who's going to bring more of these victories to ZETA. And then whenever they went on to these, international tournaments, if, technically Pacific is at an international level compared to past years, Depp started a little shaky. He would always have these slow starts, and people were like, okay, maybe he just needs a bit more experience. It's starting to shine.
It really is, and sometimes you can see, like, there are some moments where you might falter a little bit, but other times, I think, at least for the past couple of weeks, Depp really has been picking up But I kind of want to harken back to that point that Brendan was talking about. What is this whole agent pool? Because Talon has played so many different roles, so many different agents. The week that they played against DRX, you know, we had Sushi, who's normally like a sentinel, maybe initiator sometimes. He was playing duelist.
Yep.
We
on
had
that jet.
Cruz wasn't IGLing. Fox was. They had the triple duelist pulled out. Pat went to controller, but then he goes back to like sentinel. He plays I think he's played everything. What?
Yeah, Pat has really hopped around, and that's okay if we can start to see the logic. Obviously, I'm sure at a team level, obviously they've been working up something. They've been scrimming with things, you know, a variety of things, I'm sure. But obviously, as a viewer, it's hard to start to gain trust if you haven't really seen any sense of it, you know, tangibly in their previous matches.
Yeah.
What's that term? I mean, you're a jack of all trades, but master of none.
Yeah. That is correct.
Yeah, well, that is the correct phrase.
Is it
I'm going to hold my tongue there. I'm going to hold my tongue on that one.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, it's not to doubt their thought process. But again, if the results aren't showing, what more can we go off of?
Yeah, I think it's two lines of thought, right? Nothing's working, so we just got to try to break it all up. But sometimes when nothing's working, you just got to stick to one plan so that you can fine-tune it and you can see, okay, well, we've gotten really good at the mechanics of it, so now we can see the small flaws that are actually keep holding us back and not allowing us to win some of those close rounds or something like that. Talon have taken the other approach where they're like, okay, we're going to just smash it on the ground and try to put it back together in a new, nice-looking picture, and it hasn't really gone so well for them. I'm curious what they have prepared for today because I guess they're just maybe going to drop it on the ground again.
Yeah, just throw it on the ground again. I mean, who knows? I mean, only the team knows. We'll have to wait to see until they enter the stage. First of all, of course, we'll be waiting to see what the map picks look like in and of themselves. Now, I think all the stats, everything we've talked about, it seems to point in Zeta Division's favor. Let's take a look at what our predictions were on the desk. Do you feel a little guilty about something?
I'm doing it again.
You're doing it again.
I have my reasons, right?
Okay, all right, let's hear you out, because I think our reasons are fairly straightforward on the Zeta side.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, guys. Okay, like analyst hat off, right? Now I'm just like speaking as a fan of Valorant. That's the thing. I spoke to Cruz.
Okay.
I really wanted to know what's up, what's going on with the team. I sent in a DM, and obviously he can't reveal all that much, but here's what he said, is basically that they're really trying to find that synergy, because obviously they're experimenting here and there. Maybe it's a little bit of a trial and error process, and I think Valdez has a point about, you know, maybe you want to stick to one formula and really try to fine tune it first, but I don't know, maybe they're going for a different approach, and that's what it comes down to. It's more of a mental thing, and if they can actually find that today, if they can fix, you know, whatever communication issues it is, or just something to do with how they're working with each other, if everyone can start to have that trust within each other, like how I'm trying to believe in them. You know,
are you trying to instill that in them now?
I'm trying to, in the fans,
faith.
and you guys, right? Have that faith. Maybe they can take one map and then, you know, one round at a time, we'll start to believe in them.
Yeah, I mean, again, they've shown it in the past, right? The core of this team has done great things in the past so far in the history of VCT. Individually, they've had their moments. So it's not to say that the potential is off the table. It's just we haven't seen it yet here in Pacific. But for all you viewers out there, we'd love to hear what your thoughts are of today's match. It is the last match of this week, of Week 5, and I mean, with this match, we'll find out. Talon, can they start to break away from the bottom or not? You can just hashtag us at VCT Pacific across all the different social media platforms, and we'd love to see what you think. I mean, we've got it right there, right? It's across all 3 different platforms. Take your pick. I know I was like tweeting something out today, and people were like, well, we don't have that other platform. I was like, you know what? Fine. We'll cover all the platforms for you guys. So VCT Pacific is ready for you. Now, we are getting ready for this one best of 3, the last match of Week 5. It is Talon trying to get that first win, going up against Zeta Division, the current strong hope for Japan to try to secure their spot in the playoffs and then eventually go to Masters Tokyo. A long-term haul here for VCT Pacific 2023. Zeta going up against Talon. Let's go to the stage and find out how this best of 3 will play. Our final best of 3 at week 5 of VCT Pacific 2023. It is Talon Esports going up against ZETA Division. Talon currently striving to get that one win to regain their confidence. ZETA, meanwhile, trying to continue to build on the confidence they've rediscovered here in the beginning part of VCT Pacific.
Very, very likely that they will continue to build up on him. Just look at how ready Laz is, how 10 looks ready, in fact. But that's what I want to admire about Talon. Although performance not so great in the past few weeks, they always come out with smiles on their faces.
Yeah,
and dances as well.
And dances.
He's still going. He's like, I'm not done yet. Come on. Let me keep going. Yeah, I mean, they're still having a good time. You know, I think that Talon absolutely have gotten more and more comfortable on the stage. Still looking a little, you know, like a little bit lost up there, you know, not 100% feeling themselves just yet. Maybe the, you know, performance has something to do with it. But either way,
he's the gritty.
All right.
I mean, that is the kind of most excited we've seen Pat to enter the stage so far, right? He's always been a little bit more timid.
Like, what?
Yeah, we've always wondered where that kind of whimsy has gone to, but it seems like it's back in his DNA today.
And that's what we're hoping for. The coaches, of course, coming out as well. XQQ and Zeus. I don't know, maybe Zeus has fixed something inside of Talon, maybe not, but they have picked up an assistant coach as well. You know, maybe bring some of that experience from America.
Their dance, Garnets is back out as well. Everyone's going out for the dances here on Talon. It is great to see, and I do want to point this out again. I mean, obviously, most, if not all, of the partner teams across the world in VCT this year, they're committing to this long-term project, right? And it doesn't end just from VCT Pacific right now. You've still got things like the Last Chance Qualifier, of course, even next year. You want to continue to improve. However, the first goal right now in front of every team is to try to get to the playoffs, to go to Masters Tokyo, and Talon, they desperately need this win if they want any hope at all of staying alive.
That's the desperation that speaks volumes for today. ZETA, they can afford to take a loss. Even if they lose this one, they're fine. But, you know, with the way that they've been performing, you have to expect them to do even better. And that's why it's that tall mountain in front of Talon right now. And it's up to them to climb it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet. You know, even for this season, there is still a chance. Even if you do start 0-4, maybe you go 4-0 and you're all tied up and you got, I think, one extra match after that. So not half bad, right? You put yourself in a good spot. Obviously, that's not going to be easy. Let's talk about the maps. Lotus and Icebox bans. Lotus, no big surprise. Icebox also often banned. What is going to be the first choice will be Haven once again.
Yeah, picked up from Talon's side. I mean, obviously a very common pick here in Pacific, but it is Talon's pick, and then ZETA going to Ascent. I mean, just a very traditional lineup so far.
Very traditional, but I think it's also a little bit interesting seeing as how ZETA has been performing so well on Haven. If you were Talon and you picked Haven, maybe you've studied something, you've figured out some kind of a weakness you can exploit. Perhaps it's anticipation that Depp will push out and then they can punish that. But now the decider being split. Maybe that's where we see Garnets being put back in, maybe as a raise. What do you guys think? Maybe.
If they get there.
If they get there.
If they get there.
If they get there, then sure. I'm down for it. I'm ready to go. I want to see Garnets back in. He was popping off the last time. But also, I'm ready to see what they're cooking, you know, and maybe give them a chance here in game number 1. If it all falls apart, then sure. I mean, at least they have that second map, but I want to see if they've got anything new for this first one.
Curious, as we're going to Haven without Garnets, what does it look like on the side of Talon? It's Pat back on main, Duelist main entry with the raise. Meanwhile, on ZETA, we're not going to see any changes, going for a tried and true composition.
We've played every single role now.
Yeah.
He's done everything. And yeah, on the side of ZETA, not going to mix up with anything. You know, it's what Tesis always jokes about is the Korean mirror matchup, but no Korean teams in this matchup, but at least ZETA will bring in that very tried and true standard composition for them. Curious to see if this works out for Talon. They're having a lot of fun. They don't, you know, regardless of the schedule or what has happened so far, Talon will always have those smiles on them.
Absolutely. Talon coming in with a bit more of an aggressive composition with the flashes and the race. Meanwhile, ZETA going for a very traditional composition with the Sova and the Jet. Let's see how this pans out in map 1. Let's head over to our casters up on stage.
Thank you very much, Desk, for
going ahead and priming us for this matchup, our last best of 3 to round out the week 5. I'm Achilles here with Paper Thin. We'll be guiding you guys through the action as we get ready to jump in. And yeah, already exciting seeing Pat back on the Rays.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a lot of fun for us. This has kind of been my sticking point for Pat, is that we know individually he's got a ton of skill. He's struggled on some of the other agents, other roles a bit to really kind of perform at a level that we've seen in the past. So maybe now that he's back on the Duelist, he's back on the Rays, he can help bring talent over the line finally get them that match win. They've only even got one map win at Kilios. I mean, yeah. they haven't won on Haven. They got obliterated by T1 the last time they played it. So they've got to have something special dialed in here today.
I mean, this was one of the maps that really kind of set the stage for them all the way back at Lock-In. You think about that first performance, Cruz going off, newly picking up the IGL role, which is now since shifted back over to Fox. But I like how you mentioned the struggles of Pat coming into this. This is now his 8th unique agent.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
He's only played like the Harbor twice in a row. Everything else he's played once. And that includes things like KO, KJ, Astra, Breach, Gecko, Sage, Harbor. Now we finally get back to Pat where we want him to be on the Duelist. Might not be the Jet, but Rays, I'll take it.
Yeah, this might be a fast one here at Kilios. We got both teams lined up in B.
Okay, well, blinds are out. Laz and 10 going to be able to find 2 kills. Sugar Zero answering back 1 as well. And yeah, it is a pretty damn fast one, as you say. Great analytical read on the game
what can I say? I looked at the map and I'm like, yeah, that's going to get spicy fast.
It's going to be a bloodbath. And it was.
That one didn't last too long. And, the extra amount of reinforcements there seemed to really help ZETA. Good fault line in there as well. But Sushi stuck out on an island here. And I know he may not like raw fish, but it's good to see him back on the KJ. You know, we saw that attempt.
Yes.
You and I did with the Jet. Didn't go so good, so.
Attempt is a strong word.
Yeah.
But yeah, I actually, another thing worth noting is that this is actually the same lineup we did see. It was Garnet, so it was one of the first times, if not the first time, we had Garnet subbed out. It was this starting 5, but like you said, Sushi was playing the Jet in that series versus DRX. So a very different look, but also a very clean beginning here for the side of ZETA, just losing out on one player here, as Crow eventually able to get that last headshot. Crow, somebody that we have finally had more to talk about after last week's games. And certainly is someone that we're going to have our eyes trained on in this series.
And I mean, that's huge for ZETA. If they can get all these pieces clicking, you know, we've seen good performances out of Laz and the others, and they're just mowing them down with the Bulldogs.
They are, but the answering fire is great. Suddenly brings it to a 2v2. 10 wanting to get up front, reading that they want to try to recover these weapons, and also ZETA needing to recover the spike. So far, they haven't been able to get close enough. The flash is good, but 10 finds the fire, as does Laz. A final headshot, but a fairly costly round, as ZETA will be able to move up 2-0.
You'll take that as talent. I mean, there was a heavy investment in that round from ZETA, and even though they're able to recover both the Vandals and still, you know, ZETA's been doing kind of the half armor buy. They've been going for that, I guess you could call it Fnatic. That's been the more colloquial term to call it now, the Fnatic buy. But definitely, you know, you will take that economic damage done for sure any day of the week. Now, we've talked a lot about talent. I want to talk about ZETA. In particular on this map, they have been lights out recently, and a big part of that is Crow stepping up on the Breach and other agents, Laz stepping up on the Sova, but the biggest piece of this puzzle has been Dep. Dep is right now in our league first in average damage per round, first in ACS, third in kills per deaths, first in kills per round, first in first kills per round, and he's not even in the top 10 for first deaths per round. So he has been ultra efficient as that Duelist Jet for ZETA.
Has been an incredible resurgence here for him. Laz as well, another one that, especially in that last series, was looking very much like his former self. Seems like finally fully acclimating to this initiator role. Push up Dep, lurking within the cloud burst. Sends another one. Sushi Boy's getting a glimpse for a moment, and Dep landing right on top of the aftershock of his teammate. It's a miscommunication perhaps, and forced into a bad spot. Dep taken down. There's another first death to try to climb the standings a little bit more.
I spoke maybe a little too soon. Okay. They didn't check the corner. Sugar gets both.
That's huge. Sugar being able to trade up now brings this to parity, a 3v3.
30 seconds left.
This is, look at how far now they are into Link here. ZETA's trying to, you know, check for rotations, check and see if they can catch anybody off guard. They've already done it once with Sugar Zero. Maybe see if they can get another one. Going to send a dart out the other way towards B. Give a little bit of information over to Fox here. And rotations are starting to swing through for Talon.
If they can get an angle and try to put this spike on the ground, no. Won't be able to deny it. The plant now coming in. Laz gonna be able to find one. The flank from Fox, absolutely monstrous. The push in, Crow. Good for the headshot, but needs another one, and he will not find it. Very back and forth round here. Jit Boy's the last man standing at the end. Will eventually locate the spike, get the defuse, and Talon are gonna get themselves on the board nice and early.
Yeah, a little bit of miscoordination early for ZETA, you know, cost them depth, and then this dart that Laz sends out kind of alerts Fox to this B hit, and he's able to find this flank angle that ZETA isn't quite ready for. They're all pretty tunneled in on the other side of things with, you know, likely they have a pretty decent idea. There's at least one, if not two, over there on to the A side of the link, and that's a big win there, but a costly one for the side of Talon. So they have to buy down a little bit here, a Bulldog, a Spectre. And
Widely, though, it's going to be pretty even.
Yes.
See, just the Sheriff there for Laz. As Depp so far not been able to find any eliminations, just a single assist to his name. Aftershock very early to try to prevent this push, but go ahead and get themselves pretty deep here into the sewers as the dash in. Up on top of the box goes Depp. Drops down, he's looking for a target. Avoids that Aftershock. Rather, the fault line, I should say. As we get an exchange 1-for-1, Pat finding a kill before getting taken down.
Great setup there with Crow. Got the stun in place that time and got the kill. So a really nice entry here for ZETA this go-around. Seekers are out.
Go out. Depp only able to clear one. Again, Aftershock just pursuing him, forces him out of heaven, out of hell for just a moment. Gets tucked back in. There's the drop down, and he's not ready for it. Sushi Boys lands, finds the kill. Now he's got the weapon upgrade. Crow as well going to be taken down. Jit Boys traded out. Breachless on either side, but the man advantage very much there as Laz is the last one standing. A singular shock dart gets the reveal onto one, sends out the spam, but has to pull back away. Winning this would be miraculous. The shot's not really connected to the box, but Cruz does. The kill comes in, and Talon tie it up.
Yeah, this was a better entry this time from ZETA, but a really good retake from Talon. Even with that rolling thunder coming through, just kind of buying a little extra time, it didn't really give ZETA much in the way of anything to react to. It just bought him a few extra seconds. And again, a good entry from Crow, and you know, Depp just not really ready for that drop down. Nobody watching that angle from this ramp side of A, and so that kind of just breaks the side open. And Talon does a nice job just making their way through, cleaning them up by one. Really good stuff here from Talon so far. Now, ZETA, even though they go for those half armors, they're going to have to really buy down this time. Just one Vandal out for 10.
Guard forward, trying to clear any KJ util that might be here. Jitboy spotting Depp, and Depp clearly doesn't give a damn. He just runs on by, and oh, Cruz barely off with the spray, and 10 is able to collect the kill. Flash now out to the backside. Jitboy's mowing down two, has to swap over to the classic, and he wins out the fight with it. Taking down Crow, isolating the spike, and now Laz as well as Depp now just the ladder remaining. Depp, can he find some kills at long last here? Pat's pushing forward, spots him, kills him. Talon will take the lead.
Yeah, a little bit of an off timing there for Depp at the end, but Pat finding a great push through mid to get around the backside of ZETA there and make sure that this round doesn't fall too far away. Of course, you got to talk about Jit Boys on the back of the site here. A good flash. He's able to find Sugar Zero, kind of not looking at him, and then gets the classic out. Crow can't quite get his in place. Yeah, there's that little flank from Pat. It's going to secure the round here for Talon, and they looked fired up today. I mean, this was Talon kind of sometimes in our, you know, at the beginning you could tell they're a little bit off. Not as, yes, thank you. And today they looked like they were fired up, like they were going to have fun, and that's important. I think that keeping that mental pumped up and keeping themselves, you know, really focused and really playing together. That's the big thing here for Talon today is going to be the coordination. That's the thing that's been killing them.
Yeah, I mean, the desk making note of it, even with the walkouts, looking a lot more energized, a lot more in the groove right off the rip. Push forward, Jit Boy's just going to be clearing that drone, wants to keep Pat's position a secret.
Got to be careful with this showstopper from Pat.
Could just go for it, but no blast packs would make it a little bit of a rougher entry. Gonna go ahead, sends that out, dash over to the side, and gets him behind, but Depp manages to pivot, finds that kill, but eventually will get traded. 1-for-1 thus far, but Crow taking a nasty shot of damage, down to 46 now. Ooh! Oh, Jit Boys just jumps up over the top and finds Sugar Zero to boot. Now, no smoke, so good luck getting yourself onto a site, and from here with money as bad as it is for the side of ZETA, see what the decision-making is going to look like.
And you got Cruz already pushing pretty far out of C main, so ZETA needs to get a move on or be
30 seconds
you
left.
know, have their heads on a swivel here if they're going to catch this potential flank. Actually, Cruz is backing off a little bit because they've kind of lost track of ZETA. The call seems to be coming through to shift their weight a little bit more towards the center of the map here, or at least fall back into heaven now. Let's see how Fox and Jit Boys want to handle this. You got the two initiators, some flashes in hand.
Narrowly misses him, and Laz goes back over towards Stewart. The push out of heaven. Fox will find 10. Now just Crow and Laz left alive to try to keep this site defended. Trailblazers are going to get cleared. Shock Dart up into heaven to try to force them back, and does so. Buys a little bit of extra time. Crow again tucked away. Blinding light. Just go ahead and make sure that there's someone in hell to get the paranoia across as well. And Sushi again drops out of heaven, finds an elimination, and once more it's going to be Laz all in his lonesome. Shock Dart goes in, will tag him down to 55, but they're just sticking on to this one. There's no reason not to. Push on the corner, Jit Boys for the finish, and Talon now doubling up 4-2.
Yeah, I'd like to see ZETA kind of abandon trying to play that hell position a little bit. The utility coordination is just too good from Talon for clearing that. They've clearly got a good read on. That's a spot that ZETA likes to hang out in. We see Depth, 10, Crow, multiple players underneath there get identified and taken out quickly and efficiently from the side of Talon. So now, you know, you need to look for a little bit of a different setup here post-plant for ZETA. I know it's an on-man situation. It's going to be a tough one no matter what, but don't make it easy for them. Don't give them that easy Aftershock Paranoia combo or Aftershock Flash combo to displace whoever's down there.
Well, that's going to force the timeout now here for ZETA. QQ clearly not happy. Talon is going to be able to take the lead here, especially on Haven, given that they're starting on this attacking side. It's been great early pressure and map control from Talon, just stealing this away from ZETA, not letting them get into deep positions. And then also just a couple of, I don't know, better shots coming across to find some of these picks.
Yeah, I mean, there was a good little moment there from Depp where he's able to dash underneath that showstopper. That was a nice little play, but there wasn't a lot of support behind it necessarily, whereas...
There's support in the audience, though.
That's true. They've always got support in the audience. That is absolutely, like, every time we leave a ZETA match, the first floor here is just full of ZETA fans waiting for autographs and the like, so no doubt about it. I mean, I'm a big fan too, so what can I say? All right, full buy, well, not a full buy, but the normal buy now, let's call it that, for ZETA. They no longer do the full buys, so. But it's been working for them. I mean, the fact that they're able to kind of keep this extra amount of weaponry in their hands, amount of utility in their hands seems to be giving them the confidence. Now, you and I have talked about this. Is this something I want to get your opinion on? Sometimes ZETA kind of plays a bit too slow for our liking, maybe. Like, they don't always know how to kind of turn up the pace. Like, they did against, I think, Global on this map. But against DFM, maybe a little bit slower. But here it's been pretty quick. It's been pretty, in my opinion, it feels pretty hot and heavy.
Well, they're looking for a faster pace now. Depp already up over the top, but a great duel one. Does take a nasty bit of damage there, and Cruz lurking in the corner will manage to find a one. Takes down Sugar Zero, so now both teams going to be without an Omen. Seems like Talon not really noting exactly where Depp is at this point. He's going to be swinging out in a moment, trying to get the catch, but Jit Boys, if it's fast enough, manages to find that second kill. The heals will come out, so at least we'll have full HP as they get themselves into this 2v2 scenario. Lockdown available for 10, but would very much love to hold on to that given how much they've already lost in this round. Push up, tap on the spike. Fox with the covering fire. Laz goes for the jiggle peek. They go ahead, retap, start to begin the hold. Dart goes in. They pull back away. Doesn't reveal either. And now a 1v1 is already held to half. 10's got to swing the corner. He forces him off for a moment, but Fox nails the headshot at range. And the timeout will not lead to a round victory. Talon will continue to stretch their lead, now 5-2.
It's a really, really good entry here for ZETA. Even Talon predicting Depp's landing spot. There was a nano on top of the box on site. They're fully ready for this. Depp just doesn't give a crap. As we've seen a couple times today, he's happy to just do whatever he's got to do to create space, and he's done an okay job of it, but Jit Boys has been really, really on point today, hitting some crazy good shots. And now Fox here, there's no utility in hand really for Crow or 10 at the end of this round, so all they can do is try to win gun battles, and right now Talon's better.
Yeah, and it just feels like right now this iteration of Talon is just ticking all of the boxes that the fans and that we on the analyst desk and whatnot have been begging for, which is seeing more Jit Boys, seeing Pat on Duelist. And right now, it's looking like it's working a treat. Rolling Thunder goes out from Crow, the site widely left empty here from Talon, so no one gonna get stunned up. It's a fast take. the weaker weaponry. Nade out, goes right to Crow's feet, gets knocked down to 70. The Seekers as well about to connect, and they do. As
Spike down.
3
A.
kills exchanged on either side. Depp with the updraft tucks away into the corner. The Cloud Burst, it goes away, and he can't draw down the shorty fast enough. Sushi Boys with the classic finds the elimination, and now it's just Laz. Shock darts at the ready. The dog goes hunting. The spike stranded in the sight. Now, with this Vandal, the lone one that they carried forward into the round, Laz needs to try to clutch it out. Fox not spotting him. Thought he would have seen the corner of his cloak, but now notes him, and the headshot comes across. Laz tagged down low. 40 seconds remaining, wary about this potential flank coming through out of sewer. Not to be spotted. The dart now cleared. He knows he's on the site. He knows his position. Question is, can he win the fight? Swings out. Shock dart goes across Sushi. Swings away from it. Doesn't take the damage. Laz tries to line it up, but he cannot. Sushi with 3 will close out the round again for Talon, who just continue to rack up these wins.
Yeah, I mean, Laz has a pretty good opportunity here. He's able to get that flick shot onto Fox, but the final at the end is just not quite there. Def again doing a decent job here on the entry. Good paranoia from Sugar Zero there as well to set that push up through Link. I like that they pushed a little bit more space here. I liked that they got ahead of the hell, sort of trap that they've been stuck in. But this is just, Laz had the opportunity, just couldn't get the spray down in time.
Yeah, a nasty shot from Laz, but
the first one was really good.
Yeah, I mean, granted, the upside right now, which there's not many, for ZETA, is that because these rounds happen so close, the economy for Talon is still very much in flux.
That's true.
So if they can get a win, they will be able to knock Talon back, force them onto, maybe a half buy or an eco round. They just haven't been able to make it happen, but that's a great start. Laz expecting this flank, and just to catch Pat, lockdown now in from ZETA right on the site. Cruz gets the bank shot across onto Sugar Zero and back sight. 10 gonna be taken down as well. Pressure still being applied though. From both sides of the map. Cruz looking to go for maybe a little bit of a TP play, but now Laz is dead, and that leaves Long completely open.
Oh, this is tough.
Deb is not ready.
Enemy remaining.
It's gonna fall, and now it's all on Crow. Was damn clutch in their last series. So far, looking decent. Sushi gets ahead of the fault line, playing a little bit of ring around the rosy. Crow, though, jumps up on the lumber.
Right now.
And again, it's gonna be Sushi with 3. And he's got enough time to get the defuse across. And Talon, they're starting to run away with it.
Yeah, this is now getting really scary for ZETA. Talon is winning so many crucial 1v1s right now. It is absolutely killing ZETA. I mean, good recognition here early from Laz, but he takes a whole bunch of damage defending that backside. And Cruz kind of guessing that Sugar Zero is going to be behind that box and guesses correctly. And the timing there for Crow, you can't afford to be jumping up onto that box in that situation. You give your opponent such a great opportunity on that repeat. It's tough, man. I mean, the lockdown there, it's nice to get the space, but they can't lock it down. ZETA's just getting swarmed, losing a lot of 1v1s, and it's hurting them.
Very much is. Drone leading the charge, Depth just ahead of it. Gonna go for platform, drops down, notes the site completely open. So again, Talon just gonna be looking to play a retake. So far, has been quite effective for him. Spray through, great kill to be found. Depth takes down Cruz.
Good opportunity of much more aggressive positioning at long this time for the side of ZETA. Now it looks like the hit's going to come through for Talon, but it's backed off a little bit.
Yeah, really good paranoid timing. Fault line had connected. Now it's going to be Hunter's Fury opened up. Laz just looking to catch people pushing their way into the site. He will be able to find Chit Boys. Sushi pushing up, gets step, but then Laz scoops a second.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
seems like surely this will be their round to go ahead and finally break the streak. Pat will take one more with him to the grave, but Laz will go ahead and find 3 kills to get ZETA 3-round wins. Question is, can they get to 5 to salvage the half?
Yeah, I mean, ZETA continuing to put their, foot down on the gas pedal this round. They just are going for that C-site hit a couple times in a row there. They do catch Talon a little bit off guard. And some important changes in the utility placement. The alarm bot at C-Link towards the garage side. The turret in the backside, just in case there's more long flanks, because there were 2 in the previous round from Talon. This time 0, but that makes it a little bit easier for ZETA. That makes it a little bit easier for Laz to find value with that Hunter's Fury to get some serious damage down. And now it looks like they're just going to keep pushing. They're just going to go right for the B site, and it is wide open for the taking.
All right, quick plant. ZETA upping the pace yet again. Aftershock not going to clear. just a bunch of sheriffs, a classic, and a frenzy. Can they retake this? Pull off the Giga Thrifty? That's the question. Dep's gonna get stunned up by a Trailblazer, and Sushi starts things off quite nicely. Finds one. Showstopper out, but shut down. And it seems like ZETA will be able to take this one away. Not without cost, but
going out.
Should be pretty comfortable. And there you go. 2 last headshots to close the round. ZETA looking to bring this back to a close half.
Yeah, this is a great play call here. Kind of recognizing that they've been putting a lot of pressure on the extremities of the map recently. Not since the beginning have they really gone for B. It's going to force a timeout here going into the final round of the half for Talon. I really, really like what ZETA's thinking. They even shut the Showstopper down. Def's been on point with a couple of those to make the Showstopper basically nullified. So credit where credit's due in that respect. He's been able to keep Patty's ultimate at bay, but now you need to find this last round. Really important for ZETA here. They're generally, you know, you think of ZETA, you think of them more as like a defender side team anyway. But, you know, if they can get this 5th round here, you got to be feeling pretty comfortable that they might be able to squeak away with this win, despite the fact that Haven in general is ever so slightly attacker-sided generally, especially here in Pacific.
I mean, if they can get the 5 and then take the next pistol,
yeah,
then
they're golden.
That's going to be,
Well,
that's going to be feeling pretty confident there. But time will tell, because it has been a struggle, and even with the round wins that they've been able to scoop up, they're still pretty close, you know, losing out on multiple weapons there at the very end to just the sheriffs, the frenzies of Talon. So cleanliness, not something that's being found in the rounds.
Not for anybody.
Yes.
It's been really, really down and dirty on this one. And again, the tempo's been high, but Talon has a ton of ultimates in the bag.
Dep's going attack up.
Yeah, he doesn't do this too much, but with the blades to back it up here, I think it makes a lot of sense. Wouldn't be too surprised if it's a shorty, yeah, in the back pocket as well. So see what they want to do. Maybe play for a little bit of space. Maybe they could play for this pick at long A potentially or something. They're holding back for now. They're expecting maybe a rush, maybe some kind of play off the Rolling Thunder to maybe see if they could catch them out at A main. They're going to wait this out. Make sure that nothing's going to come through. A fault line here, just in case that Owl Drone spotted anybody, but you're only going to get one depth. Not even with the operator out here. It's just right to the blades.
Yeah, wanted to try to get out, find this pick. Now can swap back over. Still heavy B presence from the side of Talon. Granted, that has been the side of choice in a couple of the past rounds, but Fox, yeah, not much you can do there. Dep already on the angle. The blind swing, an easy kill. Now the A site completely open.
This is a great call here from ZETA to dial up this operator late to get this opening pick, to get the entry. Now you do have the Rolling Thunder and a bunch of ults in store from Talon.
Rolling Thunder goes across, but Dep finds Cruz. I think he might have been through the
Oh my
smoke.
God.
Pushes into the connector. Takes down Jit Boys as well. Pat able to alleviate that pressure. The paint shells into the corner, looking phenomenal. Takes 10 down. Puts himself over now towards the spike. Pat now holding things in, keeping Sushi Boys protected as they look to steal this away. And Pat now suddenly on for an ace. Will get stunned up, but the defuse comes through. The round is already over. And Talon deny away the 7-5 half. It's going to be 8-4 in their favor. The timeout working a treat, and it's a great retake in the end.
That's the Pat you want to see. That's that duelist expert who's just got phenomenal mechanics. Dep as well. I mean, what a great round for both duelists. He knows the lockdown's here. He's just trying to see how much he can get done before he either dies or somehow miraculously gets to that lockdown. But instead, it's just Pat just absolutely dominating here. Of course, he's able to get so much work done that the defuse can't even be contested there at the end. Woo! Well, that was hot and heavy, my friend.
Talon picking a hell of a time to look fired up and competitive here at Pacific. It's down to the wire for them. And you think about the matches that they have played, the position that they're in, they are still mathematically in with a shot to make it to the playoffs, but it has to be perfection from here on out for the most part, so.
Yeah. I mean, the good news for them is they've already played DRX, unlike DFM. So, like, DFM is in a, you know, obviously a borderline they're done spot, but Talon at least still has some hope, especially if they can get the win here today. There still is absolutely a world where they can make this through. And on the other hand, on the other side of the coin, it's ZETA, who, yes, they've got some good wins. They've been looking really good as of late, but there's still that risk that they can falter here at the end of this season, that they can crumble a little bit. Although, got to get them going early. That's right.
Yeah, that is a future Radiant player right there.
That's right.
That kid is going to take over when we're all retired and, you know, Ten's is a caster and he's retired from pro play. That's going to be the kid that we're watching. Just crushing people in the lobbies.
That's right. I heckin' love whatever that baby's name is.
Also saw we saw a Valdez fan sign in the audience. That's a little Valdez waiting room. You'll have to wait a bit longer before we go back to the desk, so just chill out.
Yeah, he's here, don't worry.
He's stuck with us for now.
Yeah, that's deal with it.
Here we go. A bit more importance now applied to this pistol for ZETA. 4-round deficit to try to claw back. See if they can start with the right foot forward, though.
10 here. Okay, switching to the Frenzy at the last second. Everybody else kind of ghosts and a classic and some armor for Sugar Zero. On the side of ZETA. On the other end, Frenzy's ghosts. Frenzy's, as we have seen, extremely popular here in Pacific. It is a, you know, obviously I think a lot of people are going to think of Aaron first. He's been absolutely nasty with the Frenzies, but there's a lot of players who are quite good with them. RB at times has done absolutely ridiculous stuff with them.
Oh, Depp not noting that little jiggle from Sushi. Broke line of sight just as it came through, and okay, spots multiple players. Sounds the call. Might be a B hit. They'll go ahead, back away, off the site for now. Meanwhile, Talon just getting very much stacked up outside of Garage. Turret there to play contact. Now going to be taken down. Just trying to pull him across the map here. Fox pushing forward. Finds Laz, takes him down, and that's going to call the rotate now. Everybody over towards A.
I think Laz was hoping there was a flash from Fox earlier. Fox might get another. Yes, finally able to find the headshot.
And a whiffy from both, but Fox does come out on top. Depp with a blind spray, though. Reads that he's going to be below window. Finds the kills.
30
Spike now going to be planted. 3v3, Pat and Depp both very dangerously low on HP. How do they try to break through? Pat for now, watching the rear. Anybody's going to swarm around from the backside.
Paranoia, that's it.
Goes across into hell, but there's the fault line. Do they get in front of it? I think the answer is yes, but they still get shut down. Sushi with 2 more. Flash out on a Link. Sushi will eat that, unfortunately, but Jit Boys will be able to claim the kill. So Talon, okay. You know, we have some fun.
Yep.
Talon will take the pistol.
It's just fun. It's all in good fun. Look, that was an interesting round here from Talon because there was a flash sent out from Fox that didn't connect with anything down here in the sewers, and then he's able to catch Laz trying to lurk off of it. So that's a huge pick. He finds the second. So great work being done by the initiators here today for Talon, I feel like. I'm really impressed so far with Jit Boys on the defender side. Fox as well overall, assuming he's still IGLing, doing a great job with everything. So 2 Bulldogs, 3 Spectres going to be the buy here for Talon. ZETA is, of course, since they do those half-armor buys, going to squeeze through a couple Sheriffs and some Frenzies for their eco round. Yeah, this is looking really good here for Talon today. I mean, even though they didn't win the first pistol, it wasn't too long after that they went on a 7-round streak in our first half. So this is brutal for ZETA, a thrifty here. And then we could start really looking at this as a much closer affair.
Time to hunt.
See what they're going to get done. Just checking for info. Nothing to be found. ZETA is kind of pseudo-gamble stacked this, a 4-1 split between A and B. So no information given over. And I think Talon's just looking to see if there was going to be some kind of aggressive push. You know, with how aggressive ZETA had been in that previous half, it's got to be in the back of your mind.
They're still making up their minds as far as where they want to go, but it looks like they are going to be making the correct decision in the end as they drift away from this A stack, but they're not going to be too far off because it seems like B will be the resting place for this Spike. Push in, headshot's great. Spike on the ground, 10.
Left.
A fantastic opener. Gives them a chance to try to convert this into a thrifty. Spike, though, recovered. They'll shift their sights over towards the C. Cruz looking to hold, has to go for the reload, backs away. The Depp is already in the sight. 10, however, going to be taken down. Laz now falling, time running low. And Depp lines up 2. 10 seconds remaining. Just Fox, he's got a Bulldog in hand. They're both low HP, but Depp, he has arrived.
There's
a fantastic third headshot to get the thrifty. and keep Zeta's hopes afloat.
I mean, you know, I love the reaction here from ZETA. As soon as there was any utility over at B, they were all running in this direction. 10 already had it lined up, and the weakened Sushi boys into Pat's peak there. Depth to get the first couple, and then the final. That is disgusting.
He's dashing before the shot has even really registered. And it's faster than a bullet, it would seem. You think about where Depp started. Granted, he still does have like the most deaths on his team, but he's also now top fragging, tied with Laz at 14.
Yeah, he had a rough start, no doubt about it. And he was asked to do a lot of dirty work for ZETA on the other side of things. And, you know, eventually he started finding a lot of value on their attacker side. Here on the defender side is where he really can cause headaches.
Pat noted, dart goes out and it will knock him down to 54. He was wary about crossing back over into lobby, so just stood there, had to eat it. Depp now to push out, spots at least 2. So a little bit more. Cloudburst goes down, he wants to push into this one. They're trying to overwhelm him, he runs out of bullets. It will in the end be a 1-for-1, but Crow is very quick to reply and even up the odds. 3 kills for Crow, eventually taken down by Cruz. Will be able to recover a Spectre, but fancies his chances with this Sheriff a little bit more. He will take an additional player down, doing a little bit of extra damage. But ZETA will continue to persevere, answering back now. Just 3 rounds separating them from tying up.
Yeah, I mean, even though the sprays are a little bit off there for Depp at the beginning, he controls that space really well, gets a lot of information on that push, makes it a little bit easier for Crow to rotate into position with that Bulldog, pick up that big 3K. Pretty easy does it there for the side of ZETA against Nico. So now things start to get a little bit interesting. Depp with the Blade Storm, going to opt for the Stinger to back it up, full armor as well, mostly half armors otherwise. Crow only a couple away here from his Rolling Thunder, so he can find a couple kills. Might be able to really hamper a potential site plant. But for now, Talon just wants to figure out what's going on. Again, you got to be a little bit careful because against GE, ZETA was happy at times to really start pushing on these long angles, particularly Depp. But right now, Depp kind of firmly planted here outside of garage.
It's slowed up. Storm timing keeps Pat locked in place over by door. Alarm bot as well, going to be cleared. Decent clear of the util so far here from the side of Talon. Just really keeping things ambiguous about where they could potentially be. Dart goes flying from Laz. Not going to see anything in lobby, and Trailblazer not quite able to make it down to the sewers. It doesn't take too much either.
Yeah, so negative info for both teams there. Even Laz using his Owl Drone to check. So this is looking like it might be a C hit.
Yep, right over top of the nanos. But the paranoia timing is perfect from Sugar Zero. They shut down Pat. A 1-2 punch as 10 gets the elimination. Swing onto the corner, 10 to be converted. Another one, Sushi Boy's going to be taken down. Fox and Jit Boys able to answer in kind. They now break open the C site. The paranoia forces back Crow. Depp waiting for his moment. No updrafts available. The dash at the ready. Fox goes to the flank. And no one's watching for this. Laz now going to be taken out. Fox does not look to overcommit. Doesn't want to get caught. He finds one. Crews up on Plat. Will be able to get the finishing 2. And Talon, he stopped ZETA from getting a 3rd in a row. 10-6. They once again stretch it now. A 4-round lead.
The fact that Talon just commits to this and keeps pushing space here, even after losing a couple players at the beginning, is really what helps get them this round. 10 there on the backside of things, gets that first kill, gets blinded, and I think he caught Sushi Boys crossing from garage over to the boxes on site and tried to push the angle, and that cost him his life because there was too many members of Talon already kind of in firing position. So he goes down, and then it's a quick second kill, and then the site's open. Then you don't have a lot of that utility you really, really like to have for that retake, particularly losing Sugar Zero. So a good paranoia early from Sugar Zero there to really kind of stall and delay that site hit a little bit. But the reinforcements just not really able to get there in time for ZETA to back up 10 and Sugar Zero.
Pressure once again mounting. A little bit of breathing room there for ZETA in the last 2, but
to-do list.
ZETA
win.
Yeah, ZETA win.
Oh, I can't read that.
Maybe it's the same thing, but
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, win, and then I didn't catch the rest of it.
Hey! Yeah.
Just watching from the audience instead of backstage.
It's a nicer view.
Yeah, it's true. Karn's just chilling. See if he comes back in for our second map. As we do have a scent on the horizon. This Pat's going to be playing Jet, which honestly, not going to mind it either way.
Yeah, I mean, his raise has been not too bad at times today. I mean, he hasn't been as good as we would like to see, but that 4K round was really impactful for Talon. Really, you know, kind of helped them keep this first half far enough away from ZETA that there's less chance here that they're going to be able to swing it back. But ZETA now going to put the op into Dep's hands. And there's pings out. They know he's down there, so I think maybe they're going to look for some space onto C, but you've already got so many defenses
Right
here.
there.
I mean, Crow 1 away from the Rolling Thunder now. Again, 10 in, Sugar 0 over here. This is a potential really nasty position. I mean, with the way that breach can throw that utility through from the back of garage.
Remembers here, slowed up by the smoke. Paranoia cuts across. Pat now in the side by himself, and he will die alone as well. Sugar 0 with a nice kill, spraying into the smoke. Cruz taken down. Fox again, looking for this lurk through. Identifies that there's someone on the back and just snaps on the lad's head, assisted by the Seeker.
Yeah.
The kill found to try to even up the odds,
left.
still at a man disadvantage. And 10 is pushing maybe a bit faster than they would anticipate from behind. Whip shot comes across there from depth, but Crow is looking to hold it down. 10's lurk eventually comes to fruition. He'll upgrade his weapon. It's just Laz taken out for ZETA to go ahead and reply with a round win.
Yeah, it's just a really good setup and read here from ZETA, knowing that they can trust Depp to be that operator, and even if his position is somewhat identified at Talon, that they're going to rotate off of it, and they've got the full defenses, in place. Crow surviving here, hitting some good utility. Sugar 0 again with a perfectly timed and placed Paranoia. So everything in that round really clicking for ZETA, pushing the angles. I mean, other than Fox using his Seekers to get that kill onto Laz, that was a pretty darn good one on ZETA's behalf. But now, high pressure towards Sewers.
Back to the Sheriffs we go. Laz
Take flight.
holding a little bit wider there. Does take down Pat. There's not really being deterred by this. The flash is good. Crow isolated backside. Fox able to find one. Sushi with the stinger. And how do they continue to do this? The Thrifties at least keeping them in the round. 3v3, Depth tag down to 40. Now the lockdown to flush out the site. Counter lockdown does come in, however, from 10. Issuing the stalemate.
Chip boys, yeah, I was going to say.
Spike down
And now the
A.
spike is stranded. Stinger in a Sheriff. Depth
enemy
locked
remaining.
down.
Is
Sugar
ready.
0 finds Fox. And now Sushi. I mean, 2 taps onto Sugar. Doesn't need the headshot. Depth will go down in 1.
Shadows traveling.
It's possible.
It's possible.
Unlikely, though.
We've seen crazier. Just going to wait at the edge of this. Sugar 0's got him dialed in, and that's got the headshot. ZETA now goes up to 8 rounds. A nice attempt here by Talon. They get some good shots in. They're able to readjust off of that aggressive positioning towards short A from Laz and Depp. But the problem became that once they got in there, ZETA could invest that lockdown. They had invested their own lockdown to counter. The only person who was able to get deep enough to grab a gun was Jip Boys, and he got cut down trying to cross away from that defender's lockdown. So really well managed here by ZETA, despite a little bit of crisis, despite their being kind of one of those moments where you feel like maybe Talon can swing the round. Now full buys for both sides. Still the operator for Depp, who has switched over towards this C position. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury available for ZETA to kind of deal with these retakes. Even maybe Sugar 0's ult if he wants to get a little bit tricky.
Off your feet!
Okay, Rolling Thunder. Depp dashing across, covers himself with a cloud burst there, trying to stay alive. Pat not able to find him. Just put a little bit of damage down onto 10. Paint shells as well will force them back. The site going to be evacuated. Plant interrupted. Rolling Thunder from Crow stops them. Sugar 0 taken down. Crow as well now falling. The flash is gone. Heals come across. Sushi Boys back up to 100. 5 members strong. They get the plant down. 3-man attempted a retake. Laz going on the flank. Trying to get himself situated over towards C main. Dart finds nothing, but his position going to be noted. Push out around. Sushi Boy's good for 1. Laz now spotted, taken down. Sushi again. I mean, this guy with the triple kills has just been so consistent.
He's been amazing. This is very, very difficult for Depp. He might just look for an exit, frag, and then peace out, but no one's going to peek that angle, so.
I mean, he could rebuy an op, but
Yes, he can.
it's better to just hold on to it.
Yeah, with how close this one is and how it's looking like it might go a little bit deeper, potentially. You want to just be better safe than sorry here. It's going to be very difficult, this 4-on-1, but yeah, even though the utility combo here for the side of ZETA, they have these big ults available, but they're a little bit oddly timed here. They're not really in a position where they can flood in off of the back of that Rolling Thunder. They're not able to find anything with that Hunter's Fury. And this makes it pretty easy for Talon to sort of recuperate and recover the re-entry angles from the side of ZETA. Laz tried to go on a lurk, but he had to use a recon dart to check the hall. Already Fox in position anyway. Makes it a little bit easier for Fox to sort of prepare and call in the reinforcements. The Sushi Boys just all over the site, doing a great job. Working the alley, working long A. Or long C, excuse me.
Things a bit quiet for now, but it's only a matter of time. Pat inching forward, Showstopper at the ready. See if that's going to be the entry tool. Sugar's here just waiting, see whether or not he should send out this smoke. It's really going to come down to this jiggle peek. Not much spotted, but noise now heard, and there goes 10. Pat not even eating that much damage from the Showstopper, but eventually ends up getting taken down by Laz.
Oh my god.
Paranoia across, and that catches everybody in the choke point. They now have to back away. The healing pouring out now from Fox, just trying to keep everybody alive, and Sushi flanks through. Out of Garage, finds the kill, Laz taken down. Sugar Zero finds another.
Spike down, C.
Eating some damage, looks to take the fight, and he finds him. If we've learned anything, it's that Sushi's going to be good for at least one more, and that would get them the round win. Spike, however, still not brought into C. Depp in Garage. We'll see where they decide to take this in the end. Cruz, it's not like he has his ultimate. It's going to be the wrap back around from Sushi Boys to join in over at long. And then both of this double-pronged attack here back in toward the C site.
Yeah, Depp just has no idea where Sushi took off.
I mean, they could be A.
Yeah, exactly. He just missed the cross towards spawn.
That should tell him.
Yeah, now he knows for sure.
But it's a TP across. They're understanding
oh my god.
That he could be there. And Sushi, what did I say? He is good for the third kill. Closes it out. Map point now in Talon's pocket.
You were on it on that one. He was perfectly ready for that dash. And just a little bit short, kind of a shorty range here for Depp. Get it out in time to get the landing, and Sushi's just too damn fast.
Does he have any multi-kill rounds that aren't 3?
I don't know. I'll have to look afterwards.
I don't think he has any 4Ks, maybe a couple 2s, but like, it feels like every time he's killing multiple people, it's always 3.
It has certainly been the case in this half, yes.
Valve, hire this man. He knows how to count to 3.
Well, it's going to take a little bit of time here. Sushi only one away from his ult. So they could try to get that lockdown available here, secure this map, as they have really done a great job managing some stressful situations, coming back from a couple rounds where it looked like they might slide, and a lot of that has been because of Sushi. Back on this Killjoy, looking phenomenal, and Pat gets the opener onto
they
Laz.
double stack it, but Depp pulls back away.
Yeah.
Leaves Laz picking all on his lonesome, and now Depp is completely forced out of sewer.
Yeah, dude, that was tough. I mean, I don't know. Depp might not have been where he needed to be. Just at the end of that dash, went for the peak, but fast as Depp can be, wasn't able to find that one.
Cruz eating a bit. Will force a smoke from Sugar Zero.
30
Depp
seconds
continuing
left.
to hold here in sewer might be rewarded for his patience. As Fox is playing close, but no. Depp doesn't read it. Fox finds the kill. Jit Boys gets Crow.
Remaining.
And now Pat takes down 10. And that's going to be it. Pat will be the finisher, finding 3 kills for himself. 13 and 8. Talon, welcome back.
Yeah, this was huge. And a big part of this, certainly Sushi Boys just playing out of his mind on the attacker side. He had a great defender side. Jit Boys and Fox having some good work in there. But man, oh man, they looked like a different team today. This was crisp, this was furious. Some great flanks all over the map. Sushi being a big part of that. This looked like the Talon that we saw at Lock-In. This
A bit more.
A bit more.
Still some iffy moments, but widely a very strong performance. Great efforts here from pretty much everybody, but I'd say Sushi and Fox in particular having a whale of a time in this map. 13-8 victory to kick off this series. That's their map pick at least locked in. Now the question is, can they continue forward? Can they have a strong showing on Ascent, or will ZETA be able to extend it to 3?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, you know, Ascent has been a map that ZETA is very comfortable on. I'd say they've had some closer games. Haven had been, in my opinion, kind of their stronger map in recent history, but we've seen now that teams are starting to adapt to each other. We're seeing that they're starting to figure out each other's map picks, and Haven had been one that had looked really good for ZETA, and Talon had done their homework here. You know, especially on their attacker side, I was really impressed with how well that they were reading some of the post-plant positions that ZETA wanted to take early. They were really able to cast or to, you know, combo their utility. So I was like, we're playing Dungeons & Dragons now. You're going to cast your spell.
Yeah.
You can cast magic missile. But they read a lot of those, especially like the hell positions and some of the others, to make their retakes a lot easier. So I was really thoroughly impressed with Talon from the get-go today.
United LCK fans probably noting G-Sun in our audience.
Did you see her? Okay.
Day off. Decided to come over, check out Valorant, see how the other side likes to live.
The better esport.
He said it, not me, but I agree. Anyway, we're going to go to a break. Then we'll come back. We'll have the desk break down all of the action, and we'll see if ZETA can extend this to 3. They absolutely need to now if they want to keep that momentum going. But Talon, they look reinvigorated. We'll see what happens, but don't go anywhere. Now coming in, Lad's gonna be able to find one. The flank for the headshot, but needs another one. The shot's not really connected to the fight to kill. Right now out to the backside, titillating the spike, and now pushing forward, spots him now. Ooh! Back over towards Stewart, the push out of Duel 1. Does take a nasty bit of damage there, and Cruz looking at this point. He's gonna be switched away into the corner. Oh, the Clappers. He goes away, and he can't bring around the Rosie. Crow though jumps a bundle. Oh, seems like surely this will be their round to go ahead and Sushi starts things off quite nicely, finds one. Fox, both Fox does come out on top. Push in, headshot falling, time running low. It will in the end be a 1-for-1, but Crow is fancying his chances with this sheriff. No one's watching for this lad. Doesn't want to get caught. He finds one, Cruz up on flat, will be in the group, identifies this. The sheriff we go.
Zero's got him.
Going to be noted. Pushing out around. Sushi Boy's good for one. Last down spotted. Everybody alone.
Discipline, I would say the discipline I have, that's probably why I got here, because I didn't start out like a superstar compared to anyone else in the scene. I could have just been no one, but then the discipline I have just made me better every day, I would say. My name is Cruz and I play for Talon Esports. I play controller for the team, and I'm also IGL of the team.
I'm really impressed with Cruz, with how much he's improved over the last year. Not only is he individually much better, but his IGLing now is really, really good. Good adaptations, good mid-rounding. You know, he loves to lurk, which I love to see. With an IGL, he's really getting good reads on the map and able to set his team up for success.
Personally, I like being both the controller and the IGL because I'm in a position where I'm pretty safe compared to the rest, and I have time to be looking at the maps, where we are positioned and what parts of the map we have and they don't, what type of strategies should we be using for this particular round. So it's a really good combination, being both the IGL and having the controller role.
ทีมเป็นอินเกมที่ค่อนข้างฉลาดครับแล้วก็มีรูปแบบแผนในการสั่งที่ไม่ค่อยเหมือนใครเท่าไหร่ค่อนข้างรู้ว่าเพลเยอร์คนไหนต้องใช้แบบไหนมีวิธีการตัดสินใจสำหรับการใช้คนนั้นคนนี้ค่อนข้างชัดเจนครับทีมเขาเป็นถือว่าเป็นผู้เล่นสโมที่เพราะว่าแตกต่างจากคนอื่นเยอะเลยเพราะว่าด้วยความที่เขาประสบการณ์เยอะด้วยแล้วก็บวกกับเขาเหมือนเข้าใจตัวละครนะครับแล้วเข้าใจเกมทำให้เหมือน
เขาสามารถคีเอทหรือแบบว่าอะไรเงี้ยมิกเพลย์ในการเล่นได้หลายแบบครับ
Is setting up here to fight with Scary. They know that there's going to be a null command coming in, so they want to force the fights early on.
And these shots, they can try and defend it down one after another. Cruz
with 5, but not the ace.
What's crazy is he picked up IGLing, and then he's playing smokes, but his mechanics have gotten so much better too. I can't fathom the amount of hours he put in to make this work. But some of the calls he was making, as unorthodox as they are, that's the surprise factor that Talon has to take down some of the tougher teams. I think Cruz can really be a great leader to prove that Talon belongs out on international stage.
ตอนนั้นเป็นแมปเฮเว่นครับที่เหมือนเรารีเทคบีก็แล้วพวกผมตายหมดเลยก็เหลือพี่ทีมกับพี่ฟอก2 คนแล้วก็เหมือนเขายิงตัวตายเป็นโดหมดเลยแล้วแบบว่าพลิกเกมให้ทีมเรากลับมาแชมป์ที่4ครับ
to clear that angle and still doubled up with the teammates' rifles. Will they make the difference? Cruz has got the most to do once more, spraying them down a swing. What is that?
Personally, I would say I want to be one of the best IGLs. But as a team, I would say I really want us to be one of the top contenders in the world in every tournament we go into. We will do our best and try to be the best team in VCT Pacific.
Alright.
Nice, let's go to Valorant.
はい。これ武器は何でもいいんですか？いきます。やばいやばい。やばいこれは。16。
Welcome back to the desk here at VCT Pacific 2023. We just finished our first map in this best of 3. And Talon, they are looking like they really, really want that first win here in Pacific. They beat ZETA 13-8 over on Haven.
I mean, they did pretty well in that first half. It was, what, 7 rounds in a row. You can see right there, starting from round 3 all the way to round 9. I think ZETA had a pretty interesting performance as well. They tried to make the same plays that they did from the previous weeks, but I think that's why Talon picked this Haven's map as their starter.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting to see right from the get-go that Talon had a pretty succinct strategy going on the defensive side, right? They're letting them come in, not letting Dep getting any of these first kills and really mess things up. And then their retakes were really, really fantastic. They got a bunch of rounds off of that. We did see some timeouts early from ZETA. They tried to mix up their strategy to match that, but by then it felt a little bit too little too late. And ZETA's defensive side also, I think, a little bit weak. But Talon really coming in here, coming out to play, right? Which is something that I guess, Quack, you were expecting, which is good because, you know, we knew that they had it in them, but we didn't believe, and perhaps this can get the team to believe as well.
That's the thing. It all starts with that one round.
Yeah, we were talking about this the whole time, right?
Round
okay,
3.
Yeah, they won round 3. Like, can they actually make this work, though? And they definitely strung it together. You guys had just both kind of mentioned the 2 statistical points in that as well, where even though eventually, I mean, ZETA was eking them out in first kills, it's still Talon being a bit more prepared in their fundamentals and then also being able to kind of counter those post plans. But let's talk about that first half. Quack, you were pointing out that, you know, once ZETA was able to claw back in, they seemed to have figured out what the plan was from Talon.
That's right, because although Valdez is correct that Talon has good retake protocols, ZETA started to adapt to it, especially in this round. Round 10 was when they well, did the same thing. Talon let ZETA in. ZETA gets the spike down, and of course, ZETA actually knew how to hold some of these positions. And this is where you see this Phantom really coming into play as he continues to spray through smokes, netting some kills, preventing Talon from actually pushing out. But where push comes to shove is once Talon started to find little gaps to push through, Laz instantly pops this Hunter's Fury, stopping them right in their tracks. And those 2 beams took out 2 players, and it was huge in allowing ZETA to continue to gain control and maintain control over the site.
Yeah, now this comes in at round 10, obviously a little bit in the later
Yeah,
part
let's be
of
honest.
the first half, and then they have to switch sides, and eventually, Brendan, it's going to be Talon who are able to just close things out here on Haven.
Yeah, this is round 19 where we saw Rolling Thunder aggressively here from Talon. They take the site, right? And now watch ZETA. They come in here with their own Rolling Thunder to try to retake the site. But the retake is not clean, and Talon are totally fine. Even Pat stays in the corner. Nothing is cleared out. Sushi Boys gets the first kill, and ZETA, with this Rolling Thunder and no other utility, they're just lost. They're like, okay, well, how do we get onto the site? We just got owned by Sushi Boys again. So how are we going to make this work? And yes, like 10 gets 1 kill, but at the end of the day, it was absolute domination from Talon. And I really just wanted to highlight this one because Talon, again, very solid standard stuff. They get onto the site, and then the retake from ZETA was incredibly weak, right? And Talon are playing at a really high level right now, and ZETA were not matching it at all. So I think that's, we're going to need to see a little bit better from ZETA, but props to Talon because, stuff like that and their great reads on the defensive side were why they were able to take this first map.
I think that's the thing that we want to see from Talon. In that specific round, what we saw is how they actually stuck together as a team. There was a little bit more coordination in that one because off the Rolling Thunder, you notice the spike wasn't really planted, so their whole communication system was to just, all right, they're trying to come in, let's not let them. We're going to shoot through whichever entrances they're going to try to approach us from. And of course, even with Laz coming from behind, they had an additional player just to watch the flank. And that's the Talon that we really want to see. So
yeah, everyone just kind of being in tune with what the current mission is rather than getting too far ahead of themselves. Now, a couple names that have been keep popping up throughout these highlights. And as we talked about Talon's play over on Haven, it's going to be Sushi Boys, and that's our player of that first map. And I mean, just on the scoreboard as well, right? I mean, he put it up the highest numbers, but he was kind of a core part of a lot of these rounds where either he's clutching on his own or, with a teammate where he's able to protect each other.
I think that's the really interesting thing because at so many rounds in the first half, a lot of these clutches, a lot of these final moments were killed and played by Sushi Boys. He was the one coming up huge in those 1v1s. He was the one often saving rounds for them, and at the end of the whole match, he had the highest kills. So, props to Sushi for really anchoring down the entire team.
Yeah, for me, it was almost like he had an invisibility cloak or something, right? Because the way that he was like weaseling his way into the back, especially on attack, it was more obvious, right? Because he started off playing really solidly, really consistently on defense, but on the killjoy, he's just like weaseling his way into the back, and if for some reason, even through a bunch of utility, like ZETA could not find him at all, and he was getting all of these crazy lurk kills, all of these crazy flanks, and he was a key reason, outside of just the fantastic numbers he put up. And I want to shout out Jip Boys as well, because I think the two boys did a great job together. Jip Boys kind of in the beginning with some of those big clutches. I think that Sushi Boys was a key reason why they were really able to put the nail in the coffin and not give ZETA a chance back to come back in this map.
Yeah, and now the big question remains is, was this really just off the back of a couple of these players who are performing well and that's why your game plan worked, or is Talon really performing better as a team? Because let's be honest, on the other side, ZETA, they don't look like the team that we saw in the past couple weeks.
Yeah, let's be honest about this, right? The attacking protocols, they looked really great. We really bank on depth to push in a lot. But there were also some rounds where, I think it was like round 3 or 4, Depp tried to updraft and dash over onto A, but he went straight into Crow's Aftershock, and it's just these tiny little series of misfortunate events, and then it all leads to unhappy things. But that's kind of what we want to see ZETA fix in the next map, at least, because I mean, come on, guys, this is
well, yeah. And the big question there is I mean, it seemed like their communication had gotten snappier in the previous weeks, right? They were really in tune. They knew what their game plan was, and then Depp was playing very well as well. But then today, I mean, we had several rounds where we were watching backstage, and they're just so kind of tunnel vision into the immediate thing in front of them, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of, I think, dropping comms and a lot of messiness, I would say, and not even just on the side of ZETA. I think that Talon had some moments like this as well. It got really chaotic in some of those in some of those rounds, and I think that ZETA was really suffering. Like, they kind of got very far behind early, and maybe that got to their heads, and after that, it was almost a free-for-all at times with the way that the coordination was. So Talon immediately took advantage of that and absolutely did a great job to take this first map. So they take their map pick, which was, you know, a pretty interesting map pick, right? They picked Haven into ZETA, where they have been really strong. Now we are going to go over to ZETA's map pick, which of course was Ascent, and we'll have to see if things stay the same or if ZETA will kind of gather themselves on a map they feel comfortable for this week.
Yeah, we'll have to see, first of all, if there are any roster changes, especially on the side here. Looks like it. So
hey,
it was funny. We saw him in the audience, and we were wondering, is he going to play at all today? Well, he's coming in place of Sushi Boys.
What?
Okay, on Ascent, where
that's something you could do.
It's a map thing.
Yes, I mean it is. Yeah, I mean we've seen some teams try to go with the whole Killjoy-less Ascent, and historically it has not proven too great. But we'll see if someone else is going to pick up the slack here for Talon. And I think from what you guys have mentioned here on the desk, my big question for ZETA now is, okay, were you looking a little flustered because Talon was really putting the pressure on, or was it just something that happened? You were trying to shake the rust off today in the first map. Are you just able to regroup on your own? I think that's the big question that we'll have to wait to see on was it a forced error or an unforced error?
I think it's slightly forced just because it was Haven and Talon seemed to really have those counter strats in place, especially in the first half. But onto Ascent, it's going to be different. We also have different agent compositions. Obviously, ZETA a little bit more comfortable with these picks. We have that Killjoy that you were talking about, Will. But on the other side, the Cypher coming out.
Cypher comes in. I kind of like this, especially if you're trying to shut down Dep, right? On the side of ZETA, who's really been popping off and spearheading for ZETA Division. Jit Boys, do you have the setups and the sneaky plays to really trap this Jet and shut down that aggression coming out on the side of ZETA? We'll have to wait and see. Talon currently 0-4 in matches. Can they clean this up in a 2-0 fashion and get their first win on the board against ZETA Division? We'll find out as we go into the game with Achilles and Paper Thin.
Okay, yeah, definitely some unexpected shuffling going on here from the side of Talon. I mean, maybe expected in the past, just given the way that things have been handled by them. But after Sushi, with that strong of a performance, him being subbed away, definitely a cause for some questions here as we get ready to go into ZETA's map pick. The Cypher as well. So it's not even like somebody's going to be folding over and playing the Killjoy as a substitution for Sushi. They're going for Cypher, so there's a very different look for the side of Talon.
Yeah, I mean, you could be looking to just kind of catch ZETA off guard. Well, I think that's almost certainly what you're looking for, is to not only just slow down Dep, but also kind of keep ZETA guessing about where those trap wires are going to be. You know, how are they going to find the ability to clear that utility? Is, you know, Laz in particular, that's against a Cypher, a lot of pressure falls on your Sova to be the one to be dealing with that utility, with the shock darts, with the Owl drone, to make sure that you're kind of keeping track. You know, you're kind of like the counterintelligence agent here against the Cypher. So a lot of pressure for sure on ZETA to get this map done, and with a unique lineup from Talon. But man, with how much Sushi was pounding on that last map, certainly, you know, you hope that Garnets can come in here and still keep that spark going, keep that fire lit underneath Talon.
Well, Dep, my eyes now go to him. Eat it up a bit after a rocky start on our first map of Haven. See if he can have some more impact right off the rip. We saw some phenomenal Jet plays just yesterday. Not even 24 hours ago, realistically, between Soldam as well as Dubstep here on Ascent. Dash forward, though, as Talon begin the attack here on A. Nobody to greet them other than Laz spamming through a little bit will break the window. That'll be noted by Talon.
Yeah, it's wide open. You've even got the camera to watch all of mid, so they know that this is purely a Heaven and short A retake. You know, just through Tree and Heaven, that's it. That's all of where ZETA's reinforcements are.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Okay, Dep heating up a bit. Maybe overheating, I should say. Managing, dash in, delivers himself on death. Bro, jumping down, however, managing to find that kill in hell, and suddenly his Jit Boys was on the long lurk all the way back at top mid. Now needs to try to retake, but do they read his position? There's the drop down, goes into the smoke. They lose it for a moment, and suddenly it is winnable, and he's got it! Somehow, some way, Jit Boys, he should have been dead, but they lose him within their own smoke. And he's able to clutch out those last 2 kills.
What are these rounds we're seeing? This is absolutely wild. I love the setup here from Talon. You know, a free take onto the site. They've got all the information in the world. And somehow, some way, Depp gets in there, starts breaking crosshairs, and ZETA looks like they've got this in the bag, but then Jit Boys jumps into that smoke, and they lose track of him just long enough that Jit Boys is able to find those kills. Unbelievable.
An Eco-Lakia play from Talon, from Jit Boys to close it out. As Depp whipping shots that normally he would be good for, and that's the Marshall, the 950 investment, dead on the floor.
Yeah, that's a big loss for ZETA. I mean, we've already seen him pull through on one of their ecos after a pistol on Haven. And that's a big piece of this puzzle now. See if maybe Sugar Zero, or actually Crow already picked up the Marshall. So they've got it back in hand, but now it's a wide open A site here for the side of Talon as ZETA, you know, keen to somewhat gamble stack. And then they're going to have to hoof it all the way back over towards A. Good news is a fair amount of utility gets used here, but this is wide open. Let's see what the post-plant protocols look like this time for Talon. Maybe they'll shift things up. Again, I thought they had a good read on it in the previous round, just really couldn't get much accomplished. Still, a couple frenzies in there. The shorty for Sugar Zero. Paranoia in hand. A lot of utility to work with here as well for ZETA. Flashes, shock darts, owl drone. See how much they commit.
Any kills.
Anything
will help them out. But looks like, given the positions, they're widely just content to sit back, wait for the spike to go off, and just be swallowed up in the explosion. So, yep, that is going to be the call. No attempt whatsoever at finding weapons and taking anything away. They just don't want to give ult charge and extra cash over to the side of Talon. So, ZETA, it will just be a 4-man sacrifice, as Talon will be able to move up 2-0. No weapons taken away from them, and given how much they invested, they're not going to be too uncomfortable going into this bonus.
You just hit what I was thinking about. I see that Phantom and that Vandal in the hands of Talon, and I go, well, that's great. That's amazing.
That's a Bulldog as well. It's 3 rifles.
Yeah, this is phenomenal for Talon. I mean, they have so much utility, everything in the kitchen sink here that you could want to work with on the bonus.
This is a nice spot.
Very high placement. Get views around the B side, see if there's any lurks here from Talon, and a lot of times that is your job as a sentinel on ascent, is to watch one side or the other to make sure that your flanks are clear. Looks like it might be somewhat of a mid push. The alarm bot is in there. Knife is not going to find anyone behind the arches, and now ZETA looks to crunch on this movement. They're going to use the owl to really fully check. Depp pops the dash.
Get one. Depp getting a brief little tag there on Garnet to take him low. He's going to dash out. Exits back through it. Crow trying to push forward. Up on short, ends up getting taken down. An opening now. The A site softened up a bit more. They're not rushing into this. They know that there's going to be at least one player position there, if not some rotates. So I think they might actually pivot back over towards B. Garnet's leading the charge, ready to sacrifice himself with only 10 HP. Wants to be the tip of the spear. Reveal goes across, spots him, but he's already too far gone. They can't get that kill. Cruz in the meantime going to be taken down. Depp with a nice swing out over towards Pizza, finds one. Jit Boy's going to get another as we get brought to a 3v3. Spike dropped just in front of the side. Depp playing out of market, where somebody else could be pushing in, and Garnet's, even with 10 health, still manages to find some additional value. Gets another kill. Fox is going to swing out. Depp dashing back, will eventually get taken down, and suddenly a 1v1. Given the weapon advantage, you would expect the Sugar Zero can get it, but he's untouched. And Fox will close it as they convert this third round into a win.
I have deep concerns for ZETA after that round. They do not look into it today in terms of their mechanics. And that was just, I mean, this is a move here from Crow where he's just not mentally prepared. He's mid-movement when they swing the corner on him and he can't stabilize the aim in time. And there's a good crunch here, a couple of them at the end. This should be an easy one for Sugar Zero and Depp. Depp dashes to try to set up that crossfire angle, but they're not able to really ever fully un-isolate those fights.
Standing ahead.
And that's some whiffy shots at the end from Depp and Sugar Zero, and that costs them big time. That's not a great sign right now if you're a Zeta fan.
Certainly not. I'll push back. 10. Sat here in B lobby. Bucky at the ready.
The most honest gun you can get, right?
No. It's the most dishonest.
The gun of integrity.
You are a liar and a fiend if you use this gun. He's going to have to push on the timing. No, he actually doesn't. Still it's going to be good for one. Surprising to say the least. Either way, does get traded out, but there's a little bit of that entry power taken away. Unfortunately here for Talon, they will find soon that the site is completely unoccupied. A couple shots coming across here on the Laz. He tries to hold that defending side. Push out there. They're going to look for a fast retake, it would seem. Swing out. Ooh, Fox gets that dink across, but ends up falling. Talking about Whiffy. Be there from him. Jump up onto the box. Pat getting situated. Two players directly behind him on the opposite side of the wall. The flash is great. Sugar Zero swings out, finds one. Cruz at 26 HP. For a single kill before getting taken down, and now Jit Boys has revealed his location. Stops the spike defuse before it gets the half, but needs to win out the rest of the fight and has to swap to the classic. No bullets remaining. Jumps out of the smoke for a brief moment. The reload now on the shorty. The push out. Sugar Zero gets the knife, and somehow, some way, Zeta will win this round out.
This is wild. After the last round where the utility coordination wasn't that great, there was a phenomenal recon dart from Laz that had revealed 3 different players on the attack, for Zeta there, and they couldn't really get much done. Depp did end up getting a kill a little bit after the fact, but the flashes are great, the entries are great, the timings are really, really good. They're checking their corners. Everything on this is perfect, and of course the knife there, maybe the psychological damage will come through. We've seen it before that the teams that start getting knives tend to start winning their matches, but I don't know
Unless you knife secret.
Unless you knife secret.
Because we have seen that.
Well, they're Tondo gaming. You can't Tondo gaming, okay?
They rallied back after that knife on Icebox.
Yes.
Could have won the map, but we got damn close. Either way, it's a much-needed round win here for Zeta. Puts Talon now in a rough, potentially rough economic situation should they not be able to close this one out. Laz with a great opening kill. Finds Pat, the headshot comes across. Hunter's Fury looking for the tag, and Fox will be able to get him in the end, so 1 for 1 at the end of the day, but it all had to be invested.
They know Depp was stuck in that corner, too. You can see they're very keen taking a look at it. Sugar Zero with the Odin could get Chip Boys a little bit off guard potentially, but so far isn't keen to push that angle. Just going to keep watching the flanks. They set up for the execute.
Paranoia finds him. They're wary about this close angle. Flash timing decent. Garnet's able to find the kill, but covering fire comes across, and they trade it right back. A 2v2 is the door. Quick to be broken. Cover going out. Should quickly be broken is what I mean to say. Here's there going for it now, but 10 struck down. Cruz with a great headshot. TP's up on top of Jen, and with the covering fire, they will be able to go ahead, get a piece of Sugar Zero each, close out the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really nice shooting here from Cruz that really allows Talon to secure this round. It was looking a little bit shaky here for a moment. Sugar Zero, again, covering that flank really nicely. Laz got the opener. Depp, even though he's stuck in the corner, they're able to trade 2 for 1 onto him, but then Cruz just walks in there and starts popping people. Huge plays for him, 5 and 3. Sugar Zero's having a really nice one at 7 and 3 to himself on the other side of the coin for the Omens. But a lot of ults now for Talon. Blade Storm popped for Garnett. Have the null command from Pat. Really try to secure this. A little bit aggressive of a push here from Zeta. I like to see this. At least keep them honest. At least put some pressure onto this Cypher. They're not really able to get the space they're looking for. Still, it looks like Cruz is going to be keeping his attention towards that trap wire, towards A main. As mid-space taken, noted here by Crow on this eco round for Zeta.
Lap will go out, throws it into market to keep it covered so they can't clear. So knows that there's 2 people that were ready to push up towards Pizza. They start drifting away. Seems like the call here mid-round is going to be to try to get this spike over towards A site.
Yeah, it looks like they want to avoid the KO. A little bit of a tension, a little bit of a noise bait there from Fox. As the rest of them are moving right in. Depp is playing up close and personal. Has a Phantom. Could do some damage.
Needs to. Oh, sees the arm, but can't get the headshot, so has to just back away. Garnet's now in onto the side. The plays over the ready. Sugar Zero going to be the first to fall. Jit Boys finding that kill. As Cruz, he beats up on a Heaven. Moves away, the push coming in. See how long he wants to stay in this position for. It seems like he can stay for a while because Garnets is there. Keeps him covered. Depp taken down. Reset on the knives, and once again, for ZETA, it's about trying to find value, trying to find some kills. You call it the lurk. Fox has to back away, however. Still have been tagged up very early on in the round, but widely, it looks like ZETA just have to give this up.
Yeah, I mean, you've only got 10 there with the Stinger, die to the spike. Everybody else here hunting for Fox to see if they can clean this out, at least do a little bit of extra damage to Talon. They have not had any losses just yet, but is Laz gonna be ready for this angle? No, he's not! Oh.
Scanning ahead. Further value found by Fox. And that was one of the weapons held to 10. Sprinting into the site, says, I've got the Stinger. I don't want to survive the round. Give me my death bonus. He's at least granted that.
We need a timeout.
Talon, yeah, I mean, 5-1. Does the timeout come through? Right now, the clock is still ticking down, Paper Thin, so I don't know if it's going to be called here.
This is very concerning for ZETA. They look off in a lot of ways. You know, they had that one good round where it felt like, oh, their protocols were in place. Everybody was doing the right things at the right time. It was a thrifty even. And since then, they are just all kinds of out of sorts. And they're just straight up losing trades. I mean, they're just not accurate.
I mean, the thing is, already 5 rounds locked in. Think about the map. Think about the sides that are
being
played.
I know.
This is already phenomenal for Talon.
That's why you need the timeout. I mean, this is devastating. You know, a defender-sided map for a defender-sided team. This is brutal so far. I mean, ZETA basically needs to kind of win out in this half. I mean, they have to go 6 in a row for me to feel like they're in a pretty comfortable, potentially comfortable spot. Even then, it's not comfortable. 5 for Talon on the attacker side is really strong. And they're just straight up not winning duels. I mean, they're going to note Laz with the 0 point. They've got 2 pushing towards Depp. He's got the blades out.
Needs to find this opening kill, but it just whips, and Garnet's with a Bulldog.
Crouched
finds that elimination. Hunter's Fury now from Laz, desperately trying to catch somebody, but they haven't advanced far enough forward. They don't rush off the back of the kill. They wait it out patiently. Hunter's Fury, it finds absolutely nothing.
Yeah, they expected it, I think. They were very patient there. Good awareness from Talon. Be ready for that ultimate. Now you're looking at a couple players left on each side. 2-2 split here.
Oh, I think
ZETA. Oh, Laz.
I think he might have gotten in front of the drone. Either way, he's making a call to back away. Ping's coming down here onto the A site, and this does set up for Fox to have yet another flank. There's the entry paranoia across. Will catch those in heaven. Doesn't catch the one in hell. The answer is no, and Sugar Zero is able to hold it down. Crow as well up in heaven, finding 2. Pat Jit Boy's gone. The time running low. Certainly, this round is over. Spinning it out a bit too much here. Fox on the flank, tries to find at least a little bit of value, but in the end, it's going to be Depp, the first to die, as the only casualty. ZETA holds strong.
Yeah, I mean, Sugar Zero and Crow having a really good map. Concerning for 10 and Depp, who have not been able to show up here so far, especially on this defender side. Like, this is where you expect Depp to really be doing some work. Still haven't seen the operator from him. Just a nice little kind of duck peek there from Garnett. But, oh, what a turn from Crow. Great little spray transfer there. That really helps. It's whoever was pushing hell there got blinded and wasn't able to displace Sugar Zero, so really hurt the side of Talon. A knife to check. Fox is leading the way here with the Owl. But Fox has been doing a couple lurks, so this might not really sell to ZETA that this is an A-hit. Now, they're standing pretty firm at the back side of it. The smoke from Cruz, the counter smoke as well. Now they know.
Yep, ahead of the nade timing. Slows up the rest a little bit, so the spike not going to be in the side yet. Sugar's here again in hell. Finding one, finds another. Depth with the open hand. It's an easy shot over onto Fox. Just Pat left on his lonesome. Spotted, wants to desperately just go for this plant, try to bait somebody out, but the drone is there to observe. Shock dart right at his feet. The push in from behind the door gets broken. The dart from Laz will be the thing that claims him. It's going to be ZETA finding a 3rd round win now in this half, desperately trying to salvage it.
Well, now it feels like Zeta's starting to plant their feet. Like they're starting to find their footing. A fake TP there from Sugar Zero, I think, might have given him a little bit of extra time to win that battle underneath. And it's actually going to be Talon up 5-3, who are going to take the first time out. A couple rounds in a row that Zeus doesn't like what he's seeing. He's going to try to readjust, but yeah, Sugar Zero now starting to really do a good job side anchoring there on that A side. Getting some help from Laz and Crow on that one as well. Making it really, really challenging now for Talon. And if they can stabilize a little bit, now you've got the op in Adept's hands. Now he can start, really putting some long-range pressure in. If he can be accurate with that, he can do some serious damage. Keep Talon at bay, get those first bloods, make it a lot more difficult. And again, 5 rounds already though for Talon is a, usually you consider that a pretty good half on attacker side on Ascent. Or Zeta fans. Zeta win.
Yeah, I mean, desperately trying to cheer them on to a victory. First couple steps being taken now. They're trying to get themselves back into a strong position, but
look at this depth picture.
very good. But I mean, still a lot more work to be done to feel comfortable going over onto the next half of the map.
Yeah, no doubt. But I have liked a lot of what I'm seeing from Talon. It's a lot of different looks. It's different players in different spots at different times, different utility being used in different spots. So now we're getting an even kind of different setup potentially. Let's see if try to go for some kind of mid push here. Laz just off the rip with the Odin. Just trying to find a little bit of a lucky shot. But this looks like a crunch potentially through B. Crow rotating over to try to help. Laz gonna have to do some serious damage. Not gonna be able to get the spot with the recon. This is gonna back things off. They're not really able to find this pressure because of this Odin. Okay, well, didn't get spotted. The ping here. Look to see if they can get him. They do. They do.
It's a slight adjustment to the right. And that's Jip Boy's gone. Don't get some. Hello? What? Okay, hang on. Pump the brakes. Fox, what are you doing? What the hell are you doing?
Oh, no. That's a feels bad, man.
That's just kind of inexcusable.
I know Tombiz is doing a watch party with this, and I can sense through our bald buff connection that he is also displeased with that. I know how much he hates the Odin.
30 seconds left.
I love you, Tom.
Puzzling, to say the least. Push on the corner. Laz not going to be able to find another one. Cruz does put an end to that reign of terror, but Crow and 10 just as quickly able to strike back. Garnet's now on his lonesome. Paranoid up. Cross will be able to grab the spike, but I mean, even planting
certainly
this is probably a far cry home. Do they allow it? The answer is no. Flash over the top. It was turned away from it. Didn't get blinded, but can't draw down that Guardian fast enough to try to answer another kill. So Zeta went out the round after some interesting decisions.
Well, I mean, this first one, they knew that somebody might be lurking around the corner, but then the owl drone, and then he just stands there. I don't know. I'm not. I can't explain that one. That's as good as Talon has looked so far today.
Have we buffed the owl drone? Does it stun you? Does it lock you in place? It now operates as a root?
It's got, yeah, now it's got the thrash, like, lockdown capability.
Anyway, let's try to shake that one off. Talon
Reset.
likely going to be trying to do very much the same. You get kicked back now onto this Eco. Sheriff's in hand, a Marshall for Garnets.
Yeah, now
Spray now coming through. He's on the low ground. Connection's not found. They managed to avoid him.
Right here.
They know, obviously the utility as well is giving it away. But again, it's just Fox kind of on his own, trying to sell something, get some damage into 10. Not much though, just a graze. He's gonna back off 10 into B. It's a full mid-rotation alarm bot there. Will confirm it. Crow not gonna opt to spray through the smoke. Gonna try to make sure that they don't get super deep towards spawn.
Okay.
Marshall shot does connect, but Crow's got it.
He does. Yeah, bit of a whip there on the fragment. Jip Boys is able to inch forward, swings the corner, and given how low he was, single shot from the Sheriff's good enough to do the job. They find the kill. Shock dart right at 10's feet. Oh, he's in a bad spot. But Laz is still here, and he still has a Guardian. Or an Odin. Guardian was last round.
That was last, yeah.
Jit Boy's now 44 HP and a Dream. The turret dissuading him from swinging forward into the site. Knows that there should be one more, but it's the good old classic. Distract him with a recon dart trick. They take him down, and ZETA, somehow, some way, from a 1-5 deficit, will bring this now to a tied-up scoreline.
Yeah, and if they can, again, if they can get these last 2 rounds, they make it respectable. They make this salvageable. Mentally, you're going to feel a lot better. 10 there, chewing some of that damage through those mollies actually gives Laz a pretty good opportunity because they're kind of tunneled in onto 10's position. And Laz is able to take advantage of that with that crossfire with the Odin. And a really nice recovery here from ZETA. No timeout even invested yet from them, so they still got 2 in the bag if they really need to dig deep and readjust. So XQQ there as the coach doing a good job just trusting his team, you know, letting them recover, believing in them, and it paid off. It may have looked shaky for sure. Shock dart up the back of the Owl drone just to see if he can get him tagged up a little bit, but I think hopefully Talon has learned their lesson with the
someone stop him.
The B-wall shenanigans. How dare you? This is just more honest weapons. I don't know that, you know.
The problem is he has so much money he can do this for like 4 more rounds. I mean, the half, it doesn't matter anyway. But even if we just kept going,
yes,
he would just constantly be able to keep buying Odin.
Feels good, man. Well, you've got the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown from 10. But Laz has a Hunter's Fury that he could potentially pop here if he's able to catch them. They're able to slow up this entry. Maybe he can do some damage. Well, he got 0 pointed, so now they're going to try to displace him with their Hunter's Fury of their own.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, Laz was thinking about readjusting, and Garnet swings out. He ends up getting caught by both. Garnet's is going to be good for 2 kills.
30
Thrown out, left on the ground. Smoke not there to cover him, so a chance at a res. Very unlikely. That being said, Zero with a nice headshot. He does manage to find that in the end. 3v4. Spike ticking away. Pat holding close. Should be noted. As that dash came across. Flash down the stairs. Swing out from the smoke. Fox finds depth. Unawares. Talon will finally be able to break this 4-round win streak. Bring it now to 6 for themselves.
Well, this is just a really nice decision here from Talon. Kind of just saying, well, the lockdown is what it is. We've got the ability to just really make Laz uncomfortable here. And that's 2 huge kills from Garnets to break open the site. Cruz on a flank. You got Fox coming out of the smoke from B main. That's everything you want there. Flanks on flanks. Layers to the attack. Depth there, missed a crucial shot on the pad as well. That might have given them a little bit more breathing room where they didn't have to check that angle. Could have maybe held on to that a little bit longer, but overall here, nicely done by Talon. So a lot of ults for them. Still have Laz's Hunter's Fury and a lockdown for the side of ZETA. Let's see if they can find some good use.
Cruz spotted, cancels the ult. Back to mid for him. Again, looking like this B-site crunch ready to come through. Pat as well, null command at the ready. Can cancel out the use of this lockdown, at least for a while. Patiently.
The Hunter's Fury right now on the other side of the map. So if they can get a decent read on these positions, and if Laz has a good lineup, he might be able to get a couple tags in on this entry.
Waiting. Ooh. 0 point for 0 point, but Pat kind of shorts his. No command now, ticking away. Shorty, drawn out, Paranoia, not going to connect onto him. As Crow, seeing the jet dash up over the top, pushes out, helps find Cruz. They take him down, the Hunter's Fury, not going to be too much else here for the side of ZETA. They do at least manage to find multiple kills. And for Jit Boys throwing out the ult. Ahead. Scouts their positions, 10, waiting, Shorty be Shorty. Jit Boys gets the headshot, gets the kill. Plant now coming in. Dep, if he swung out, if he had interrupted it, ooh, could have been monstrous. But now that pushes Pat into a 1v2. Laz spotted, makes his way down the ramp, but takes quite a bit of damage through that wall bang. Push out, and they will be able to get him in the end. ZETA, ooh, narrowly tie this up at 6 to 6.5.
What a timing there for Dep and Laz to push. They both got those kills in a heartbeat. and then they're able to prevent any isolation of that fight towards the end. Laz there just tracking the movement himself, just parallel motion to make sure that him and Depp can double peek and they don't have to worry about that. It's nearly impossible to transfer on a high-low like that. So, okay. I mean, at the end of the day, it's good to see ZETA fight back. It's good to see them be able to string a lot of rounds together themselves. But that's still a pretty darn good attackers have for Talon, and now you need to have, you know, as good or a better one to get through to overtime. And I mean, ZETA, they're a good defenders team. It's usually, again, where they do a lot of their damage, where they kind of find a lot of their value. And so it's going to have to be even better. It's going to have to be cleaner than what we saw in Haven, because a lot of those post plants were messy on Haven. They can't afford to have that again.
Certainly cannot. 6-6. Not quite as strong as ZETA would hope here for the defending side start. Let's see how they can manage on the attack. Talon, though. Some inconsistencies, obviously, I think, from both of the teams. So neither really playing with firm footing. This is still very much anybody's map. But what a statement it would be if Talon can close this as a 2-0 after not being able to find wins at all.
He's on
Only
vacation.
their second ever map win.
I can read the sign on the right. He's on vacation.
Yeah. His Huga.
Yeah. The other one on the left, I don't have enough time to.
I can translate this
one. Can you? All right, I'm excited for this. I couldn't, you know.
Yeah. Well.
I'm glad they're teaching you well in school these days. Oh boy.
2-1 on the pistols so far. We'll see if Talon can rack up a third or if ZETA evens the scoreline. As again, looking for more impact from 10 and Depp. It's been a very rough go of it so far.
It looks like to me ZETA is expecting some kind of push out here from Talon. It looked like they maybe thought a hit towards the bell tower. Potentially, they had 3 back the turret in a spot where it can spot that as well, or a B main push like a crunch. But that did not come through, but still a couple in market. Fox out here, now shut down by 10.
Yeah, gets a little bit of damage across, puts 10 out of 75, but the headshot registers and Fox is dead. Sight completely swarms, just Laz, the one hanging back now. This 0 point doesn't necessarily tell him his position. Depp swinging out, might not find some kills, but he does a hell of a lot of damage. The re-swing up from Cruz will put him down. Laz now, presence is noted. Cleans up 2. And that leaves Pat and Cruz both at 22 HP to try to somehow claw this one back.
All 3 in boats for ZETA. Couple nice shots there from Sugar Zero, and only Pat left to try to get this done. 1v3, and yeah, not going to happen. Crow's going to get the headshot and get the round for ZETA. A huge pistol win, Achilleos.
Yep, evened up at 2-2 across the series so far. ZETA now taking the lead for the very first time here on this map. That's going to be a good feeling for him, but maybe I'm speaking this into existence. Thrifties has been pretty damn good from Talon today.
Yeah, well, they both had some good thrifties, but Talon has been, you know, solid as well. So this could go, you know, with the way ZETA's been playing, it's been shaky today. I mean, this is the first time ZETA's had the lead since round 5 of Haven. That was the last time they had a tie, or, you know, because that's when Talon won 3 in a row there after ZETA won the pistol in the follow-up initially. So this is important, so important for ZETA if they're going to push this to a map 3, if they're going to win this. This round feels like a must-win.
Yeah. Should be a bit easier for them. I mean, take a look at Jit Boys, no setup whatsoever. Didn't buy Trapwire's cages, just the cam, which has been cleared. It doesn't have those early alert systems in place. Seems like they're expecting this to end up at B. ZETA, in typical fashion, are just playing this one very slowly. Less than a minute now remaining. The spike still stuck outside of B lobby.
Well, and, you know, let's be honest, the teams from the old APAC region have a tendency to be aggressive. So you got to be a little bit diligent as well. I'm sure that has to be going through your minds. It looks like this hit is going to go through 10, just making sure that that's clear. You have that tight angle being played by Jit Boys. Looking over for Depp.
Oh, Okay, reveal onto one.
30 seconds
At
left.
least Garnets is going to be sat here in backside. Laz going to be able to find Jit Boy situated up close and swing around the back. Fox does shift over to that shorty to eventually take down Depp, but site is open. And now here for Cruz and Pat, the decision is, do you play for a kill, try to take another weapon out of their hands, or you just sit back and try to die to the spike?
You know what I appreciate about Depp is that once he commits to something, he commits.
Sure.
Like, there is just no give up when he wants to create space, when he wants to push. And that is part of the reason that ZETA has been having success recently, is he's usually good for at least 1 or 2 on those entries. And that time around, even though he's having a tough time finding those angles, he knows there's players in both. Okay, Crow finally does find it.
It gets him, and Laz swinging out will take down Pat. Pat unable to finish the job there onto the enemy KO. So it will be a fairly clean 2-0 start here in the second half for the side of ZETA. Weapons now coming online for Talon. See if they can put them to good use.
And all you lost was that one Spectre for Depp, so that's huge. I mean, you keep 3 Bulldogs and a Vandal, and they could go for those half armors. They're very well situated going into the next round. And yeah, ZETA, they've looked pretty clean on the attacker side on this half. Previous time, again, it was the post plants that were hurting them. The executes weren't too bad at all. Now here, looks like they might have been giving up the space on the B site. Depth's up and over. Now they just got to find a way in with the rest of them.
Your boys waiting to see if he can spot anybody at all. Oh, okay, Garnets just dashing right into his friend's open arms there. Slowed up a bit. Now Pat going to be taken down. Jit Boys has that reveal across, spray into the smoke. Will be good for 1. 10 taken out. Laz 2 HP set here. Lumber, will he be able to get anything? Spike not yet planted, but is in the sight.
Smokes are out. Push.
Really taking their time with this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was expecting the plant to come through, but it looks like they were expecting maybe an aggressive push.
They're so used to waiting for under a minute to even attack the site that they were confused what to do once they had it. They're like, oh yeah, we can just plant this now. Lad's going to be cleared out. Jit Boy's able to find 1, but Depp firing back. Does take out Garnets. Nice spray damage though. Sugar Zero. Knocked down to 24. Has to pull away. Sets up a smoke. Continue to just spray him out is the question. For now, they're going to be distracted as they try to push in, and Jit Boys will be able to eliminate Crow. But Sugar Zero now versus 3 with the time. Running low. The cam goes across. He identifies him. Jit Boys on for the ace. Will get cut down. Depp finding 1. Dashes in the boats, but Cruz swings in. Finds him. They should have just enough time to go ahead. Get this diffuse across, and Talon will be able to go ahead and deny the 3-round streak here from ZETA.
Yeah, it felt like there that ZETA was waiting to plant that spike because once they threw out their smoke towards Alley, I think they were expecting a push from Talon, like to try to get aggressive. Maybe while the plant was coming down, try to take advantage of the fact that a gun is going to be, not available to really help out. And they didn't. And then there was an updraft from Garnett. It saw Laz's position. Crow got a little whiffy in B main. Wasn't able to get a kill there. Had Crow gotten a kill there, that round could have gone very, very differently, it feels like. But not a bad attempt there from ZETA. Again, good executes. Post plants weren't too bad that time, considering the gun deficit and that kind of thing. But now it's full Vandals in hand for ZETA, and this one feels pretty important. Crow has that spike in hand, drifting back towards the A side. You do have Laz's Hunter's Fury. Jit Boys has the Neural Theft already after that big 4K round.
Yeah, no one's playing towards him though, so he's going to get to use it. It's going to be, in all likelihood, an attempt at a retake.
Yep.
Dash in, set here on the site, not too far away. Spraying across, hoping for some kind of stray connection here. Crow will get knocked down to about half HP by Pat. Site is theirs, the plant coming through. See if they can defend this. All 5 members now from Talon.
Love where Laz is playing.
Flash out the back away. Oh, a dart right into Depp's face. Takes him to 50. Garnets goes for the drop down, but Depp
saw him.
Yeah, that flash expires. He's good for it. Finds the kill. The way out. The Neural Theft now coming through. Has to swap over to the class. Trying to clear the recon dart. Now they know, but the question is, can they do anything about it? Jit Boys swings out. Sugar Zero now taken out of hell. The drop down comes through. Jit Boys again. Just doing significant work here for the team, but the Hunter's Fury now comes across. He's gonna try to avoid it. The shot doesn't connect. The push comes through.
Oh, he ran out of bullets!
Finds him, but he's in onto this spike. The defuse is coming in. And even though it's a bloodbath, it's one player left standing on either side. It is Talon taking this one out from underneath ZETA's feet.
Oh my god. That round, so swingy. The Owl drone never quite identified Depp, and he's able to get a free kill there before he's taken down. But Jitboy's here, that neural theft. So much value to know that there's 2 in hell. And even though Pat runs out of money, he had completely prevented Laz from having any hope of getting back into that situation. 10 has to kill Pat there from Wine if that round is going to succeed for ZETA. So the post plants again are really killing ZETA here. They get onto the site, they have good situations in terms of, you know, free plant, but they can't follow through. Talon's just doing too good.
Depp now not able to push forward. Knives taking away. Knife is taking away his knives. He's got it back.
The transitive property of the knives, I suppose. Didn't realize that.
Cross to mid. Can allow for 10 to join in with the rest of the team. Looks like Fox maybe going to push forward and drone out of this. I'm just looking to see if anyone wants to push it. Man popped.
Yeah.
Pat not having his own, just gets tucked away here in the corner, but 10 taken down. Fox does find that kill as he swings out. Looks for another. Put some damage into Crow, but cannot find the elimination. And Sugar Zero approaching out of a main. Gets that crossfire. Pat falls.
What a flash from Crow there.
Spike planted.
Spike planted 3v3. Wraparound coming through, and Cruz noting Laz's position. He turns his sights now over towards Heaven. Jitboy's still in the mix, and he's been a monster in some of these retakes. We'll see if he can be so once more. Cruz just keeping on top of that box and doesn't know which way to look.
Ooh.
Ends up falling. Jitboy's gone as well. Garnet's now in a 1v2.
One enemy.
Certainly not.
Revealing
The hold to half. The recon
There they are.
goes in, gets the ping. He pulls off of it. The dart now cleared. Gets the second one, taps it, trying to bait him out, and Laz will be able to get the headshot. ZETA narrowly managed to reestablish the lead.
I mean, I am just absolutely on pins and needles every round. It's just crazy how close these all are. I mean, a pretty decent entry here. A good clear of tree by the side of ZETA. Again, a really good flash and follow-up. Sugar Zero hitting some good shots. Jitboy's as great as he's been. I guess it doesn't matter too much who's playing Sentinel for Talon today. They're popping. But Laz finds a great timing there. Pops the head through the wall. Now Garnett, it's his turn for the Blaze.
Crunch?
Oh my god!
It's not even a Tiles crunch. It's just a nice little stroll down mid. Comes up with a kill. Looks for a second. Only a couple knives left to work with, and that's the reset. A great updraft. Suddenly now in a 3v3.
Flash from Pat as well.
Yeah.
Set that up.
B-site though, unoccupied. Everybody from Talon swarming around the back. Weapons recoverable. We'll go ahead and get a little bit of added firepower. As again, something about these guys when it comes down to thrifties. Just know how to push the pace.
Spike planted.
Alarm bot goes off, puts out that vulnerable. Garnett's not going to be too bothered by it.
It helps when you have Garnett with the blades. That's a big key.
Okay, Nano goes down. Ooh, spots Laz. 0 point. Nullifying him for now. They should suspect that somebody has to be playing within the site itself, and given that they spotted everything else, it's going to be Boats, and yeah, now they know. 10 lines up one, tries to snap back on. He's good for the third. Woo! No pop on the Nano Swarm. The dart could be good. That goes into the back site. 10 so very low, but he's avoiding him until that second one comes across, but Fox now, he just doesn't have time. He's aware of this. He wants to try to take some weapons out of the hands of ZETA, but in the end, won't be able to. So we'll just go ahead, go down to the spike, not give over any other charge, any other money. But ZETA managed to stretch it now by 2.
I mean, 10 saves this round. He's been having a struggle here on Ascent, but this is a key moment. I love the dash, not the dash, but just kind of the walk by Garnett to start the round. That was cool. But then here, he breaks 10's crosshair, but 10 resets for Pat instantly. Turns right back into Garnett. That's a huge play, and you just no reaction. He is just focused. That was whoo.
It always seems like when 10 comes alive, it's in Boathouse.
Yeah.
That was where he got that monstrous, was it 4K or 3K in round 10, in whichever series that was. This time, he wins it, and it gets them a 10th round win.
Ooh.
The connections are there.
The stars are aligning.
I'm building up my Pepe Sylvia board here of my conspiracy theory about 10 and all of the correlations.
It's like you, before we did this today, we got the Ouija board out, and it's like went right to the number 10. Oh my God, what's happening?
It's been a slow start, but definitely, I mean, a monstrous round for him when ZETA so desperately needed as they try to take this into a map 3. Granted, though, again, that was an eco from Talon.
You know, it was the 10th round for them. You could say that was a poor 10.
Moving on. Garnett's willing to risk it all. Going to be glass cannon. Just the operator. I mean, not even cloud bursts.
Revealing area.
And that doesn't mean that 10 played poorly. That's another word for like a premonition.
Yeah.
In case anybody is confused.
Ad is going to push this, and he's going to win it. Okay, he's going to trade it. Crow does answer back.
But you take depth out of the equation.
Yeah.
I mean, you take down, you know, a really key piece of ZETA's attacks. You know, a guy who is, again, unafraid to create space and is generally pretty good at it. So now you've got to kind of find other ways to make this work. And the slow shift back over towards the A side. Meanwhile, Talon stays in this 2-2 split. Yeah, Cruz and Tree, Jip Boy's up in heaven. You do have the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown if it is used by 10.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, the cage is down, and ZETA trying to get through the door, trying to clear the angles with those shock darts. Turret as well.
But I mean, it's just a util exchange. They don't get themselves the site at all.
Yeah, no, there's nothing of value gained really. There's an extra smoke that's popped by Cruz. So you got that going for you.
I mean, 2 cages from Jit
30
Boys
seconds left.
gets him, you know, a slow up, buys more time off the round. Also, gets that fragment out.
Camera's right above the door. Yeah.
Yeah. Spotting up. Oh, the spray through, and Cruz is gone, but Fox now opening up with the Hunter's Fury, looking to delay. Knows that there's so little time left on the clock. The neural depth out as well, but didn't tick fast enough to spot Laz. He makes his way through, and with a couple seconds to spare, that plant comes down. Garnett's now
huge
spotted.
One suppressed.
The dash running out, op in hand, swaps over to the Phantom. It's just a double stack here into hell, and these shock darts, if placed correctly, could be monstrous. They see Crow, they flush him over to the opposite side. Crow finding one, and Garnets just cannot steady the aim. ZETA, again, will barely be able to pull out the round victory off the back of Talon's timeout. And now they are 1 away from taking this into map point.
I need a paper bag, man. I am just like, every one of these rounds is just so close. I mean, it's just little things round to round that change it. And Laz is really having a monster game right now. 22, 9, and 10. Him and Sugar Zero doing a great piece of work. Crow once again on this KO, finding a ton of value. Tons of great flashes, tons of great utility placements, utility usage. All these things have looked so good, and that's another spot there early.
Yeah.
And that's going to keep 3 players. So the weak side here for Talon will be the B side that it seems like ZETA is at least somewhat interested in exploring. Will be the Owl to check through to mid. The ping comes out to register. The potential maybe set up to try to crunch through mid if ZETA tries to come through there. Try and see if you can find some value out of those sheriffs, but ZETA right now avoiding any detection. But by avoiding detection, you know, Talon has quite a bit of information about what's going on the map, because they have the camera in B main. They have all of mid. They have pushed out all the way to top mid. They know exactly where they are now.
Yeah. Cam now cleared out. No trap wire set up. Jit Boy still holds on to the rest of his util.
Oh, what a knife.
Knife is going to be spotting 4 players from the side of ZETA. And with this little time remaining, as it often is when they get ready to go for the site exec, this becomes a very precarious position to be in. Lockdown, however,
30 seconds
helps them out a bit. Dart in to try to clear. By the look of things, but not going to happen. So I mean, it's going to be some. Oh no, they get it at the very last second. Lockdown is destroyed. Jit Boy's good for 1, but before he gets taken down, Cruz pushes out. Laz should have the jump, but he's not able to find it. But Depp will mow down 4. Woo! And again, it's a decent attempt here from Talon when they're in an eco position, but ZETA With 2 players left, they go ahead, they close out that round. They now bring it to map point, 1 more, and we are going to split.
I mean, you can't fault Talon at all on this macro game that they played this round. Like, the big picture was great. They had all the information. They had a perfect read. They were able to put themselves in good positions, just not quite able to execute. And yeah, clearing that lockdown at the last second was huge. But then Depp just having a phenomenal 4K. Gives ZETA a potential chance at a 3rd map here. The very worst, overtime.
Turret. Good spot there. Depp trying to aggress and counter swing out from top mid. A little bit too late to find the punish, but they do force Garnets off the angle.
1 away from Crow's ult. So you get that null command. Make these executes a little bit easier potentially, but right now, orb control is very much on Talon's side. Garnett's going to whiff on that first shot. Oh, Pat.
Oh, the flash shout, and Pat is good for both. What a monstrous solo play from him. Kicking ZETA back. Here when they so desperately want to try to close this out. Pat now just lurking within the smoke. But is he going to be ready when this dissipates? He's just going to back away from it. Oh, he re-aggresses forward, and 10 will be able to take him down. Doesn't eat too much damage either. Smoke up, the timing blooms just before Garnet would have gotten in sight. Cruz a little bit too slow to clear the Nano Swarm. He'll be forced out of position. Garnet looks to hold, and the shot whiffs. He does not find the shot. Sugar Zero's got a crossfire as he tries to exit. Sugar good for another one. A 2v2, the spike now stranded. The flank comes in, and Fox will finish off 10 to keep Talon afloat. 3 more to go to take us into OT.
Pat just hits a perfect timing there, coming out of tree.
Monstrous.
Just absolutely nasty stuff from him. That 2K, even though ZETA's able to fight back pretty nicely. Let's watch this again. Gets both of them. Depp, though, able to turn it up that he can feel comfortable re-peeking. 10 there, taking him out. Some great spots here. A Nano in that corner gave away Cruz's position, so they're able to clear him out. But Jip Boys has been phenomenal on this Cypher. Absolutely phenomenal. So much valuable information that he's able to get. Depp now with the Blade Storm. Shorty to boot. Garnett still with the Operator. A lot of ults here. Crow with that no command. Laz with the Hunter's Fury. So a lot of abilities to make a good execute for ZETA. You almost feel like they can get the spike down, they can get to a spot. It's just how well can they lock it down after that. Because Pat also has his no command for their potential retake.
Boys 1 off. Would love to have that neural theft again. He's widely been getting an immense amount of value out of him.
So many.
Yeah, I think it's probably his 4th, maybe 5th.
Yeah, feels like that. Again, ZETA's just taking their time, working the middle of the map. Pat, oh, what a shot!
Again, he just finds the timing. That's now the knives canceled.
That's a no command gone.
Yeah, I'll push out. He sees 1. That's the fragment down on that left-hand side.
Oh
10.
my God.
Shoot apart. The blind is in. Pat finds 3, just locking down mid. Cruz trying to join in, does eventually fall. Laz with a swing out from B lobby. At least gets them an elimination, but the Talon, the round, very much is in their hands.
Just nasty from Pat these last couple rounds, keeping Talon in this map. They don't want to give up just yet, and it has to be a save here for ZETA. The money is run out, is run dry, and they have to keep these rifles to make sure they can keep that economy moving. Huge round once again. Now Pat's sitting on mad stacks. They have the Oda, and they still have the Operator. Those big investments stay in the hands of Talon through that round. Still, though, you have the big ultimates from Laz and Crow, so tools to work with for sure. But just ridiculous timing.
Yeah, I mean, Pat.
And then that Cruz paranoia, too. Phenomenal.
Big smile on his face. Pat having very much woken up across these last 2 rounds, but they're still not out of the woods yet. 3 ults ready to go here for the side of ZETA. See if Talon can try to continue to get some round victories and draw those out. Bai does get scrapped together here. Wiley just, half armors across the board for the side of ZETA, so going to find themselves in a good position, is what I mean to say. Has to be forced back. Depp on the chase, looking to shut him down, but Pat wins the fight. The door now shut, Cruz spotted, playing a risky game there. Will be okay in the end. The push coming through, Pat again, hugging the corners, finds the second elimination. Hunter's Fury, they turn their sights over towards Pat, but they still haven't been able to displace him. Swing out, 10 good for 1, but cannot continue to pursue the fight. The push comes in, the Odin in hand, Fox shuts him down, and Laz is the last one standing. The spike stranded at the entrance of A. And given the investment, Talon winning this round, going up to 11, unless ZETA can pull up a Thrifty in the next one, it seems like overtime is almost guaranteed.
They'll be able to put a couple guns together for the next round with ZETA, but it probably won't be the full buy, especially now with Laz going down. Jip Boys holding it down, and Pat, 3 rounds in a row here, has put Talon in a position to force an overtime. See if they can just make this a 2-0, and this is going to be finally a timeout from ZETA.
Yeah.
First one,
First one and the last opportunity to use it.
Might as well, I suppose.
Try to stabilize in some way. We'll see what the buy looks like. I mean, obviously the loss bonus is there, given the Talon have won the last 3 consecutively. But
I think they might
how
have
good is
to,
it going to look?
force one Spectre or Bulldog out of there or something.
Laz had a good amount of money. So
yeah.
Maybe he could get
there was like 1,600
secondary buy for somebody, but
Sugar Zero maybe. Somebody had like 1,600 sitting in there as well. What's up?
Look how much fun our fans are having.
That's right.
That's why
you too could be having this much fun.
Join us live in the studio. I'm gonna choose a day. I'm gonna do some Oprah stuff and start giving away cars.
Some Oprah stuff.
You never know when it's gonna happen.
Bees.
Everybody gets bees.
Everybody gets bees. I was wondering where you're going with that for a second. I'm like, you're gonna what now? Oh, Oprah stuff.
I'm gonna give everybody a nice prize.
Yeah. How
It's
about
under your seat? It's like
just a pack of ramen or something.
It's a Hot Wheels car.
That's even better.
I bought everybody
dude,
Lamborghinis.
If you gave me a Hot Wheels car, I'd be pretty excited about that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not hard to please.
Well, taking a look, they've had enough. The loss bonus is helping them out.
Yeah. So they are able to scrape it together.
Question is, how does this fight go? Does he get a timing shot? Oh my goodness! How? It had to have gone right between the legs. Depp, buy a lottery ticket or something, because somehow he survives. Cruz just going to be backing away. The drone getting ready to peek its eyes through into main. Paranoia across, does find one, but Depp still gets the headshot. Cruz playing close enough that he gets vision. And is this the way that ZETA can get themselves back into this series?
Here we go. Post plant's now just going to use this fragment to buy some time. You've got the deep post plant positions for Sugar Zero and Laz at A main. Everybody else right on point.
The Odin forces them out of hell. Everybody now out onto the site. It's just too risky to try to play there under that kind of pressure. Drop down coming through the flash timing. Looking good, and somehow Jip Boys, he gets the shorty across. Depp gonna be taken down. Pat finds 10. It's just Sugar Zero and Laz left alive. The flash in deep, the drop down, they get themselves onto the spike. Time still dwindling. Laz desperately trying to get them off of this one. He puts a little bit of damage down. He hasn't spotted him, and Garnet gets the defuse. Laz might find the kills, but Talon get the round win, and we are going to OT.
Switching sides.
I don't know if Laz just couldn't see the feet or something there at the end. He was spraying wildly trying to find it. I don't know if he just lost control of the mouse or what, but oh my goodness. Overtime. Well, here we go. A 6-6 across both sides for both halves. Put us through, and that looked good until all of a sudden that flash hit Depp enough, and then he panic updraft right into the open arms of Garnett's operator. So
how is Jit Boys doing this?
I don't know.
I mean, granted, yes, the flash timing from Pat, absolute perfection, but Jit Boys, something about him and jumping out of heaven leads to death and demise for ZETA here in this map. Him getting that shorty kill, it starts the domino effect, and the retake eventually comes in.
Unbelievable. What a final round. I mean, so many insanely close rounds, top to bottom, throughout this entire series. So, Talon, this is the Talon we were hoping to see more of coming into this season. coming alive big time. You know, we saw it early against Team Secret. Certainly, they looked good. But since then, they hadn't found a single map win. And now, no reason to cut funds here. It's just Vandals, full armors, a few Phantoms here and there, but
I'm glad we're not seeing, you know, any glass cannon stuff
no glass
yet.
cannons? I wouldn't mind if Deb tried it. I wouldn't be against it.
Given
But
the
he hasn't
pressure.
been, yeah, but he hasn't been super great with the op today.
I'd say neither. Your Garnets have been hitting too many shots, so.
Yeah.
So when we swap sides to see if Garnets is still feeling it. Either way. Here we go. First on the attack is Talon. Garnets just look to gain some space here in mid, but this is heavily stacked at the moment by ZETA. 3 players strong. The flash out depth trying to play off the back of it. 10's going to find first blood. Pat taken out.
Spike down.
As well, getting involved. Now they know where the spike is at. Dash to the opposite side of bench here. Garnets, he's in the smoke. They flush him out. Suddenly, a 4v2. Kid Boy's around the back, put some damage down on the Laz, but he doesn't need to take the fight. They just have to hold the spike.
Played ring around the Rosie.
Oh, saw the foot. Does he realize that it's 2 players, though, on that left side? Oh. Kid Boys taking a pot shot. Gun barrel. Spotted. They continue to inch up. Fox finds Laz. Suddenly, a 2v2. Another noted. The push comes in. The 1v1, and Sugar Zero will be able to close it out. ZETA narrowly scraping by.
Switching sides.
Bailed out by the Omen at the very end, and now that point again in their hands, and immediately execute Q's. Yeah, let's chat about how this attack is going to go.
It's a great read. It's a great crunch on the mid here, kind of sensing that this was going to happen, and then they've got the spike down. Everything should be in place for them. Thank God for Sugar Zero there for ZETA. What a timing that Talon found to push that angle right as Laz was setting up that recon dart. He sent it in towards mid, so he must have thought that someone had rotated or something for Talon. Just losing track of a player cost them an extra, almost cost them the round.
I mean, yeah, given that it started as a 4v2.
Yeah, no, I know.
Having it be that close. Definitely sending shivers down the spines of
the fans are definitely
the fans here in the audience.
There are a lot of ZETA fans here, and they are on pins and needles.
They're sitting on the Talon side of the arena as well.
They're taking over.
Bold to be flashing those signs in enemy territory. But okay, question now becomes, do we go again? Do we get a second OT? Can we find the reset? Or will ZETA finally be able to close out their map pick of Ascent and take us to Split?
It feels like you could flip a coin, and you said you didn't want to see it. Well, there's the glass cannon. It is coming through for
Going for it. All right. See what kind of value can be found here. Knife over across just to check out on short. One spotted. And that narrows down, if they're suspecting that Garnets will go for this glass cannon, narrows down what positions he could be in, at least for the time being.
Yeah, again, this has been ZETA's MO on their attacking half, is take some time, look for the push-outs, check some angles, but this is often given Talon a lot of ability to read the map, a lot of space.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was going to say. They're taking time, but they're not taking space.
Exactly, exactly.
No control whatsoever over towards A. They haven't even really blinked at mid. And it looks like in the end, unless they decide to split off, this could just end up being a full 5 shove through B main.
Here we go. Got a little bit of Cypher utility. Whoop. Oh, that went to market. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I lost track of it.
But they're not even reading this canvas here.
Nope. This is
right here.
Potentially dicey.
Darts did not land though. Jit Boys. Tag down to 70, didn't get the reveal. Sets up for the shorty. Expecting the push. Flashes come across. He's still going to be good for one. Pat with covering fire. Finds 2. 10 and last. Both going to be taken down. Depp only able to find 1. And again, it's going to be Sugar Zero looking to clutch this out. But look at where the spike is. You have to get through Pat. His position noted. Paranoia goes across. The counter swing out. Garnets will find 1 with the operator, and we are going again.
Yeah, great job here by Pat at the end, not to give up, to play his life, to allow the reinforcements from Garnet to come with that op and get that kill. But this is absolutely wild. And they commit so much to try to displace Jit Boys, and Pat finds a great timing, a couple great shots.
Yeah.
Put this round away. He's been snappy.
The quickness to get that shot onto 10. I mean, you never know if that Killjoy gets situated backside. Maybe things go the way of ZETA. But we have our reset. ZETA back on the defense. Talon looking to apply some very quick, aggressive pressure over towards A. Completely nonplussed about that 0 point connecting. Advance forward, the drone now coming out. The rest of the team positioned over here, pushing now through tree. Window already broken. Garnet's looking for the push, and it's not being watched at all! Depp and Crow get taken down. Garnet's with a monstrous flank finds them, and Sugar Zero this time cannot be the hero. Eliminated. Pat swings around. Laz gone, and it's looking like a flawless to close out this attacking round. 10 will be able to stop that at least, but needs an ace clutch with 8 HP. If they don't want to get themselves back into a map point.
There's just almost no way here. Now with it being watched by Fox, yeah, he's good for the final. What a round here from Talon. I mean, that push there just never got heard or never got registered. There was a smoke all the way on the stairs at the back of A from Cruz. Nobody reacts to it from ZETA. They're just completely, I mean, the window was already broke, so they didn't quite hear it, but there was at least potentially some indication that that was happening, but completely the protocols just fell apart there for ZETA. Everybody fell back and no one was watching tree. No one was doing that one crucial job that needed to be done between Laz, Crow, and Sugar Zero. It's just
right into it.
Yeah, it's a huge play from Talon. Just you know, forcing errors against ZETA, and that's been a way that they've been getting a lot of these rounds. Is, you know, ZETA's been crumbling under the pressure. The protocols haven't looked as good. The communication has not looked as good today. And Talon has been much, much better.
Depp just getting tucked away at Wine. Orb taken by Crow. Just really trying to have a potential to have that null command online in the round. Everybody, though, from ZETA grouped up here at A. Site is abandoned by Talon, so it is going to end up being a retake as they start pushing their way forward. And Swarm's fragment goes out, just in case anybody's forward in that heaven position.
This is it, do or die. Retakes have been shaky. Or excuse me, post plants have been shaky for ZETA. Talon's had some pretty good retakes. Let's see if they can dial up one more.
Looks like that dart was going to find some damage on the Depp, it does not. Avoids getting chipped up, but that paranoia cuts across. Finds a couple, drop down into the smoke, and Jit Boys again, finding the opening kill. Crow here in hell needs to hold tight, but he cannot. Garnet gets him in the end. They tap onto the spike. 3 players left to try to make it happen. Cruz, Jit Boys both going to fall. Sugar Zero going to be taken down. Laz finds Garnets. That's the diffuser taken out. Swap over onto the shorty. He needs the kill. He finds it. The Hunter's Fury opened up. He eats the shot. One more to try to finish him.
Got it.
The tap back in, and Les with 4 will tie it up once again. 14-14. We keep going.
Switching sides.
I don't even know. These are all so close. Every round, it comes down to these 1v1s. I mean, Laz has been good for a couple. At times, he's faltered, but this time, he gets that Hunter's Fury, gets the tag right as it's about to happen. Huge there that Pat's just a little bit off, as good as Pat has been in this second half, since the second half. That one right there, absolutely massive. And we go again.
Caution here.
Down to the wire in every twist and turn. Not coming away with these easily whatsoever. Fox setting up for the market dart, trying to see if anyone's there. Don't want to be spotted. 0 point as well. Coming up short. Depp, the one looking to hold the line. Smoke will come through. Let's just go for some blind timing shots here. Dash at the ready, he wants to push it. Oh, dashes over to the side, still somehow manages to find one. Cruz being taken down could be a major boon here for them, but at the same time, Jit Boys breaks open market. All that KJ util now would be absolutely worthless, just scrap laying on the floor.
Laz, huge!
But Laz is here, and they are just funneling into him. Garnet's finally able to win out that fight. Spike down. Fox still rotating over, and Crow getting himself into a nice position.
I got the spike.
Spike retrieved, dart cleared, they know. Pop flash out. The drop down Fox inching over towards the site. Looks to cover this position, and he's good for it. Sugar Zero cannot find the kill.
30 seconds left.
The timing on that cross just broke the crosshair enough that he wasn't able to stabilize it. Good timing there from Talon.
Monstrous task here. Garnet's spotting him just a bit sooner. Finds the kill, and Talon once again get themselves to a match point.
Switching sides.
I mean, that player jumping there made it just a little bit more difficult. Now, I think it's Talon's turn to go for the timeout. You only get one in overtime, right? I don't remember that incorrectly because there's 2 diamonds there. And I was like, well, makes sense here. You know, you want to close this out now.
Here.
Well, there's no timeout. That was just, I was baited by that graphic. I thought that was a timeout. I was like, all right.
Hold on to theirs. They have not used it yet here in OT.
I thought that would be a perfect time to take it here. Just try to guarantee this round. Just end this now.
I think that Zeus is just looking at the team and he says, you know what? I don't want to give Zeta the opportunity. I don't want them to be able to calm with the coach, try to correct their attack protocols. So leave them out, completely blind. Again, Zeta, no forward positioning whatsoever. I mean, they're set back behind Gelato at the moment. They have no clue if anybody's forward over at long. Turret will eventually spot one, so they know that somebody is going to be playing on short.
Trying to do a timing peek there with 10 and depth, but Talon wise to it. Backs right out. The other 2 members towards A main now. Trying to get a peek up and over off the boxes. All that Cypher utility. Once again, Jip Boys, who's been just absolutely phenomenal from A Heaven today.
Yeah.
Just time after time.
Look at the cage setup as well.
Yeah.
Set up that
cage trigger.
One way on the one side. Depth not going into the trap wires. They're a little bit deeper, and eventually it looks like they will get taken out, nullified. Jit Boys, however, able to find one, but Sugar Zero answers back with 2. Much alive yet again when the team needs him the most. The door going to be shut as 10 lurks on the opposite side of it. That does leave 2 players disconnected now here onto the site. And Garnet is pushing the pace, and that might just be it. He finds them both, and now 10 has to retake versus 3. The door broken open. They know exactly where he is. The Nano Swarm goes across, but Fox finds the headshot. 10 goes down, and Talon will close it 16-14. A 2-0 victory over Zeta.
Phenomenal play here from Talon, and the relief is palpable. You know that they wanted this so bad. There's hugs all around. Cruz is wiping his face, and certainly they needed this. Certainly they know it. They came into today looking like they were having fun, looking like they were pumped up, looking like that talent of old, and it showed. They were able to get this a very tough fought day. That ascent was crazy, top to bottom. But man, oh man, you know, Zeta here, definitely not their best day. Certainly not.
No.
There's no other way to put it. That last round, kind of a microcosm of the whole day, right? You shut 10 out of this round with that door closed, and he has no opportunity to try to help. A phenomenal paranoia at the end by Cruz, by the way, to set that up.
I mean, maybe not the flashiest plays, you know, the most fragging power from the side of Cruz, but the util was there. The smokes were on point here in this last map. And I gotta say, even with not hitting those off shots quite as consistently as we would like to see from Garnet, still ends up going 5-1 in first kills, first deaths. Excellent performance in the end by him. They're on the jet. And for the side of Zeta, 2 of the players that widely we have come to rely on so heavily in Depth and 10, not having a strong performance here today.
Yeah, I mean, it hurts really bad when those 2 can't pop off. I mean, Laz and Sugar Zero, between the 2 of them, 31 kills for Laz, 27 for Sugar Zero, both putting up double digits assists. Crows had a really solid day, 17 kills, 23 deaths, 20 assists. But, I mean, this is just unbelievable.
Wow.
I mean, the switch here at the end, I mean, we kind of questioned it, right? To bring Sushi Boys out after that unbelievable haven he had, and Jip Boys comes in, fills his kind of typical role on Sentinel, and knocks it out of the park.
It seems like at the end of the day, no matter who you flex in and out of this roster, keep Jit Boys in. Jit Boys, Fox, those 2 a whale of a time across both of the maps.
Yeah.
And I think it's a pretty easy and expected MVP victory here for Jit Boys.
I feel like Fox called a good game today. There was a lot of different looks, a lot of lurks, kind of spreading the map. Really, again, like, we were talking about a lot there in that second half where ZETA just doesn't have great map control on Ascent, whereas Talon does, and it gives them a lot better opportunities to react to things faster, to put themselves in better positions to capitalize on ZETA's mistakes. And again, a lot of what I'll call forced errors, where Talon was picking apart ZETA's defenses very, very well, time and time again. When you think about that push through tree to get up through window, completely bamboozled ZETA.
For the first time, Talon get to revel in this victory pose.
And
have
Boy
their photos
gets to
taken with the lights
get in there
on them, yeah, in the spotlight. Boy as well, the most recent addition to the coaching roster. Got to be feeling damn good about this one. I mean, hard fought at the end of it all, and granted, fairly scrappy still.
Yes,
obviously, things need to be worked on for both of these teams. But to finally have this win under your belt as Talon in the 11th hour when you need it the most, it's a breath of fresh air for them. So still in with an opportunity to potentially make it the playoffs. And if Talon can do it after the way that this season started, then good Lord, what a tale it will be.
I'm telling you, this is a team that as soon as you start to doubt them, that's when they figure things out. That's when they turn on the Jets.
I don't know about that. I doubted them after like the first 2 matches.
No. But I mean,
a little bit longer.
But it's like when it seems like all hope is lost, or they go into an international event, and they got to play like, remember, Optic, and everybody's just like, well,
yeah.
And then they beat them. Stuff like that, where it's just this team has something special inside of them where they can dig deep and give you games like this that come up huge. And yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. There's still things to be worked on. There were still some rounds that were a little bit sloppy. I mean, but I think the game plan here today was pretty good overall. Play for retakes on ZETA's attacking halves. Yeah. They found great ability to disrupt those, to make sure that ZETA was never comfortable in any of them, that they never gave them the same look, it felt like, on any of those retakes. ZETA's utility coordination just wasn't quite as good as Talon's. A lot of things were lacking with the communication and the follow-through.
Yeah.
I think back to like that Haven round where ZETA had the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury, and they get basically zero value out of it for a retake onto C, and things like that today just were concerning for sure. Where you have these big pieces where you have a huge advantage in terms of your utility and your placement and your setups, and they can't capitalize.
Well, it's a major win here for the Superfly boys. Finally able to just lock one down, and a big kickback to ZETA, who were on that hot streak, looking so clean in their last couple series after a very rocky beginning. Obviously, their first opponent was DRX, and that's about as hard as it's going to get. But I think that everybody coming into today was expecting a 2-0, but for the opposite victor. Yeah. So definitely a big upset here at the hands of Talon, looking much more like themselves. Still not at that level that we saw from them at lock-in, but on the way there.
Yes.
So it's some steps forward, and I do feel a bit upset that we don't get to see Split.
I did want to see Split.
ZETA hasn't played it since June 11th last year.
Was that when they
upper final
Copenhagen?
Stage 2?
Yep.
That's the last time we've seen them play that map. It's been a damn long while. I was hoping to see it today, but
the Split that always sticks with me is the one where they beat DRX. That one always, that's the one that sticks with me.
I mean, it's always been a big boon for the Japanese teams. But
yes.
They haven't been favoring it. But
would have been nice to get it for a banger.
It would have. But that's going to do it for myself here in Paper Thin. We're going to throw down to the stage now where Jen is standing by with Cruz for an interview.
Thank you, casters. Now, I don't know how this man does not have tears running down after such a dramatic first win. I'm standing here with Talon's Cruz. Now, massive congrats, Cruz. First things first, 30 rounds on Ascent, OT over and over and over. What was going through your mind? What were the comms like? And did you have faith in your teammates?
I always have faith in my teammate, that's for sure. What was going on was I was just trying to read their games, and although I didn't really do anything for the past like 10 rounds, but then like our teammates showed that we played together, and I thought that was just the key to making those wins. Yeah.
Were you not nervous? I mean, I'm pretty sure my heart skipped a beat at the end.
I was not nervous. I was just focused on how are we gonna win each round as we go on. Yeah.
Now, with the 2-0 today, the 0 is finally gone. Talon finally entered the W column. Now, talk to me about how much you needed this win and you wanted this win and the overall journey to get here.
I mean, I'm just glad that we showed the performance we have in scrims. And it's the first time we actually play together. We have fun. We played as a team, and the practice we've been doing, it's showing. And I just feel good for our teammates. I'm still not very happy about our win since this is just the first time, which shouldn't be happening. So I'll just be focused on the next game. I'll say this is just the beginning. I'm not really happy about the results as much.
As you said, you're not quite satisfied with where you are with the standings, but talk to me about the past weeks and what the team morale was like, especially as you were watching other teams pick up their first win one by one.
It was just sad that we couldn't even get a win, and we had a lot of changes we've made, trying to put people in the right places, in the right agents, and it was a mess, I'd say. But then I think we found footing, and I hope we'll do better each and every time we move into this season.
Yeah, I know you were talking to Kupak before the match, and you told him that you guys are trying to figure things out. I know you guys experimented a lot with the get-go, triple duelist comp, and role swaps and stuff. Do you feel like you guys finally got the pieces together, and what do you think was the missing piece?
I think the missing piece was just communication and the mood, the vibe, which I think if everyone in the venue could tell that we acted differently. We were in such a good mood, and we just played the game like it was supposed to be played, how it's supposed to be played.
First win and good vibes only from here, right? Good vibes only.
Good vibes only.
Well, what's the situation with the IGLing? I know it's been going back and forth between you and Fox.
It was just the DRX week that we swapped because we wanted to try something new, but then came back to me, and it was just we really don't know what to do at that moment. But right now, I think we'll just stick to this and just move forward as a team, try to get as much win as we can.
Now, first win, you got that done, but you still need a couple more wins to keep your playoff chances alive, and the next team you'll face will be Paper X. What's your mindset heading into that matchup?
I mean, every match we play is just the same as the one we've played before. We just focus on our game. The reason why things didn't look as good was because we didn't play our game, we played their game, and I don't really care who we're going to play next. We just focused on the team itself. Yeah.
Lastly, any message over to Quack over on the desk who predicted Talon win tonight?
I think I need more of those next week. Thank you very much, Quack.
All right, Quack, keep them coming. You believe. Now over to you guys at the desk.
Well, now I don't know what to say as we come back to the desk because I feel like I've really let Cruz down on a personal level here. But yeah, congratulations, Quack. And of course, I mean, biggest congratulations to Talon, right? And you talked about this. I mean, a lot of this was about, does the potential come alive? Does the faith really deliver? It finally does, Quack.
It truly did. I mean, let's not doubt ZETA at all. I think they had some good rounds throughout all of this. It's very much a bit of a seesaw. You see a sea of red and green at the bottom of the screen right now because there are so many rounds. Started off, Talon looked great, but then ZETA started to change some of their own. And a lot of these came down to the defensive setups that ZETA had, but at the same time, the way that Talon had the resilience to keep going.
It was really impressive. I mean, just like Cruz was saying on the stage, it really comes down to day to day. Like, the mood was not there over the last couple of weeks, understandably. They come in today, they really just try to, whether it's forced or not, they were in a very good mood. They come in with the right mindset, and that's really the big difference maker. They looked like a very different team, a much more better prepared team almost, but also the communication seemed to be there. It was a close second map, but at the end of the day, you know, really got a shout out, Jip Boys once again for putting up the big numbers. Brought out the Cypher also, which was pretty interesting here on Ascent. And just across the board, like Talon doing a great job.
Yeah, I'm glad that this was brought up. Obviously, we don't like to talk about intangibles too much when trying to break down a match of Valorant, but I think we saw it on both sides in effect today, right? Whereas Talon, they looked like, whether it was forced or not, they were trying to keep their moods, you know, within the good vibes. And ZETA, you could tell they were a little bit more nervous, a little bit more shaky, even on the player cam sometimes until they were getting some of those round wins. So we'll see if they can bounce back on that momentum moving forward. But let's talk about that Ascent. There's a lot, but first of all, we want to focus on the first half. Now, Talon, you know, they were doing certain things where they were trying to kind of get these deep lurks, you know, over against ZETA.
It's really interesting. They had some good ideas. I mean, you could see that Fox was so deep into middle, actually in the market, and this could set up for a potential flank. So it really comes down to how the team actually breaks down the site. But with Crow and Sugar Zero, who wasn't blinded by the paranoia from Cruz, ZETA actually was able to hold off the site. So when it came down to Fox, even with the big flank from all the way behind, all the way from market, it couldn't quite surmount to anything. But, you know, that's just how ZETA plays. I think this was why Ascent is their map pick, because you don't have many intangibles. You don't have that much gaps that you got to look out for. Like, on Haven, Garage was one of those big weaknesses.
Sure.
Ascent, not so much. Maybe A-Short, maybe a little bit here and there, but then they know how to play around those.
Yeah, you're kind of used to how the map plays. There's not too many hidden factors on the map itself geographically. Now, even in the first half, again, a lot of back and forth, and part of this came down to Laz's Odin and how much power it was showing. And Talon, they finally had a round where they figured it out.
They did. It took a little bit, but you saw that Crow, he's looking, he doesn't really know, but this entry is so crisp from the side of Talon, and they read the situation. Okay, Lad's going to be in the back with the Odin, right? So let's clear out Boathouse. They actually kill him with Garnet moving in at the exact right moment. 10's left all alone, and it is just the cleanest entry. Even against the Null Command, Talon basically not dropping a single person. They take a little bit of damage, but there was a lot of issues, you know, people standing in front of an Odin or not understanding how to get into the B site. But I was really impressed by how Talon were able to get an entry that was this clean. Now, ZETA did a decent job at the end. They pick up some kills, but it did not matter as Talon were able to take the round. And yeah, it was just really clean stuff. As I always forget, we come right back to me.
Yeah, we're like all leaning into it.
Yeah,
let's really break this down.
I'm like KO. It was a very impressive round for me in favor of Talon, and I think that was, you know, it was a really close map. But maybe that was the one round that got them to the even score to get them to overtime.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was what really helped Talon keep it at a 6-6 in the first half. Now, we were all debating, I mean, who's going to be at least the player of the game here in Ascent. Obviously, JitBoys was putting up some crazy numbers, but let's just remember, it may not have even gone to overtime if it wasn't for Pat in the last couple rounds, right? I mean, he had the one in mid where he was just going out and getting kills for himself, and then some good flashes for his teammates as well.
It's actually pretty insane how this guy plays. First of all, we know he has a bit of that wrist injury, but, you know, maybe with some therapy and whatnot, he's actually been able to recover. And he has so many of these individual performances where he single-handedly holds off so much off the map, whether it's up by mid, like you were talking about, Will, but also by A-Short. He flashes for himself and easily goes for a quick spray transfer, double kill, and it brings that much value to his team. And it's one of those things where I think they weren't looking too great towards the end of the map, but then Pat started to have performances like these, round 21 onwards, and Talon started to chain rounds together.
It was definitely one of the players that I think Cruz is trying to highlight, right? Like, when he wasn't really doing so much in terms of actually, like, picking up numbers, you got guys like Pat who are willing to say, okay, we're about to lose, like, 13-11 on this map. We were so close, but then he's, like, able to force overtime with a couple of really clutch moments, so... Yeah, really got to hand it to him. Like, again, shout out to JitBoys, big numbers, consistent play, but Pat was really the tangible force this time, the one you could really feel at the end of the map.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of clutch factor that really helps bring it into overtime and gives another chance here for Talon. Of course, it was still a 2-0, so let's see how the votes came in on the MVP of the overall series. Of course, we had a little bit of a roster change here for Talon as well, but it does look like it is going to be JitBoys. We kept wanting to give him this shout out for, you know, going for that role swap into the site, for putting up some big numbers as well, but also just the consistency again across these different roles.
Yeah, and that's something that you really want to look out for. I mean, this guy has been rather fearless at times, and he clearly knows how to do his job, whether it's a sentinel or just to anchor and provide that support for his team. You could see so many rounds where with this Cypher, he has the knowledge to actually work around and maneuver around the sites, and a lot of crazy things with like pistols and shorties of all things, and it's just a great fun thing to watch them.
Yeah, and I also think he was really critical in the first map as well. Their map pick where he was kind of the hard carry, right? Just picking up incredible amounts of just first bloods, kills, stuff like that to really push the team ahead. And maybe he was that one critical factor that kind of pushed Talon into a really good mood early on, and then he was consistent throughout the day. So pretty clear MVP for me.
Yeah, absolutely well-deserved, and of course that comes from, yes,
Oh,
we
boy.
know about the predictions. Yes, we are oftentimes wrong, but I think, if anything, listen, this highlights the fact that you did have a lot of faith, and we heard it in the interview as well, right? Just Cruz saying, it really just came down to us wanting to show what we've always prepared, and they felt so bad that they couldn't, right? That they couldn't bring it to a result. Finally, they have won, but it's not enough. Cruz wants more, of course, to keep their playoff hopes alive. Let's actually take a look at the updated standings to see exactly how that pans out here. Not just for Talon, but of course for the rest of the teams. It's important to note we now have a 4-way tie. With Talon beating Zeta Division, they aren't able to try to catch up to Gen G, and now Paper X, T1, Team Secret, and Zeta are tied in a 4-way tie. The reason they are ranked in this order is because it's a 4-way, and the first kind of rule would be then a head-to-head, but it doesn't even out, so then we're going by map differential, which would be the next rule in line if we continue with this type of record.
That's just so much math to do, guys.
Down to round differential.
Actually, yeah, it goes all the way, yeah.
That's why Paper X are on top, because their wins have been more dominant compared to some of the other teams that they're tied with. So Zeta Division, with this loss, they go down to 6-6 in terms of maps, and even though they are tied with the rest of the teams at 3-2, you can see because of all these different tiebreakers, if we were to go into playoffs right now, they are down at 6th place.
Yeah, they would just barely make that cutoff line. Meanwhile, Talon Esports, with that one win on the board, if they can continue to string these together, they do still have a chance to try to climb up, get into that top 6. Again, big reminder, only the top 6 will make it into the playoffs, which is a double elimination format where we will crown 3 teams to then eventually go to Masters Tokyo to represent VCT Pacific.
That's crazy. And to think about how Zeta was 3rd place just earlier today and suddenly dropping down to 6th place.
It's still pretty volatile, right?
Yeah.
And this is where we start to realize, okay, if you're gonna, now the remaining games, you either have to absolutely win or you got to make sure you win by a large margin, because then even if you lose the next match, right, you have a little bit of leeway. Of course, we do have more matches still coming up. We are going through a full round robin, and this is our week 6 match schedule, and my eyes go, straight to Zeta. If they want to be able to try to bounce back, they don't have necessarily the easiest of timelines ahead of them.
Yeah, I think that should be the closest match on paper, but definitely Sunday is going to be a lot of fun as well. Like, RRQ's been kind of on the up and up. We'll see if they can have their chance at DRX, and of course Global up against Gen G. We'll see just how strong Gen G is. Can Global topple them? A lot of fun matches for next week, for sure.
I'm going to have a tough time predicting Talon versus Paper X, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Both.
Oh, yeah, Quack. I'd love to see where your faith lies on that match next Monday.
Way too loyal to Paper X. How do I go with this
I mean, the thing I'm curious about, the thing I'm curious about for that match is Cruz was just talking about, well, you know what, we have to focus on playing our game, but if we ever had to pick one other team that only plays their game,
these are the teams.
Yeah, it's Paper X, right?
You have to, yeah.
I don't think anyone can even predict what type of match we're going to see, what type of Valorant we're going to see in that matchup.
But I think that's what makes it so fun to watch, which is why you really want to mark your calendars for next Monday, because that's exactly it. These two teams are the ones who really love to play their own style. When it comes head-to-head, they're just going to clash, and it's going to be really chaotic, maybe tough for us to analyze and predict, but you know what? It's great Valorant. We love it. This is what we're here for.
Yeah, and I think also, again, the fact that the middle of the pack, it's still a very close tie. I mean, any one of these wins or losses could really sway the standings as we get towards these last few matches, the last couple weeks here of VCT Pacific. It's going to be interesting, so make sure you mark your calendars. Don't miss any of those matches. Now, this wraps it up for the main show here today for Week 5 of VCT Pacific. But, of course, we're not done here just yet. We're going to move right on over. We'll take a little bit of time to get set up, and then we'll bring you everything that happened in Week 5 of VCT Pacific with the weekly recap. We'll see you then. Good evening, Valorant fans. We are live with another pre-show here from Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. Zeta going up against Talon. Let's go to the stage and find out how this best of 3 will play.
And dances as well. And dances. He's still going. He's like, he's the
seen Pat.
Okay, well, blinds are out. Last 10 to be able to find 2 kills. Sugar Zero answering back one as well.
You and I did. With the Jet didn't go so good, so.
Attempt is a strong word.
Yeah.
Kill. Flat down out to the backside. Jit Boys mowing down 2. Has to swap over the classic. Pushing forward. Spots him. Kills him. Talon will take the lead.
Pat finding a great push through mid.
Into the side, he will be able to find Jit Boys. Sushi pushing up a step, but then Laz, this will be their round to go ahead and finally break the streak. Laz will go ahead and find 3 kills to get Zeta 3-round win. Taken out, nullified. Jit Boys, however, able to find 1, but Sugar Zero answers back with 2. Disconnected now here onto the side. Garnet is pushing the pace, and that might just be it. The Nano Swarm goes across, but Fox finds the headshot. 10 goes down, and Talon will close it 16-14. A 2-0 victory over Zeta.
Welcome to VCT Pacific Breakdown with me, Lothar. I'm an analyst for VCT EMEA, but today I'm gonna start working on content for VCT Pacific. We're gonna break down some rounds, we're gonna break down some executes, maybe some retakes, all the stuff happening in the games. And for the first episode, I'm bringing you RRQ versus ZETA Division and the 21st round, which has a fantastic execute on Haven. Before we're gonna jump into the actual execute, I would like to break down a little bit also the decision making from the defenders. As you can see, they are doing a gamble stack on A. The thing is, I assume that ZETA Division wants to avoid the Killjoy lockdown being put on short. This is why they're gonna fight for A position and are gonna put an aggressive smoke on A lobby and use a lot of utility to just make sure that RRQ doesn't get this space, which is a nice read. But the thing is, I think RRQ just fully reads that behavior from ZETA and go a full 5 stack into C, which is a fantastic decision, and essentially they get out 5v1 on the C side early, and because of that the execute is also bolstered to be essentially flawless. So let's see how that round actually looked like. While watching this execute, please also pay attention to how fast the defenders are rotating and flanking. Omen even uses the ultimate to make sure that he can help the Killjoy, but it's already too late. The abundance of utility being used by the attackers here to make sure that they have the space is crazy. And it seems like an overkill, but there's nothing like an overkill when it comes to getting to actual post plant first. So now let's take a look how this actually is done. After the jet smoke, we're gonna see the first piece of utility that opens up the site. That's gonna be the flash on the left side of the wall from Breach. Now the thing is, Breach wants to do it on the left side of the wall because that allows to have a better angle towards the backside, so the jet can have a better understanding of where the opponents might be affected from. If we flash on the other side of the wall over here, then the player that is standing backside is not going to be affected at all, and that's the most common position when it comes to the defenders. So now after that flash, we're gonna see Jet and just dashes into a smoke on platform. This is the key piece of utility as well, because dash is used to create space and also check corners. So when the Jet dashes in, she's gonna check all of this area while dashing visually, so people will appear on the minimap if someone else is here. Now when she's dashing over the platform, she's waiting on other key pieces of utility that help her get there. So one of the, of course, most basics and important is the smoke for double doors. Of course, you want to do that because otherwise your teammates that are gonna follow the Jet are gonna have a hard time going into site if they're gonna be stowed by players from double doors. So it's very simple, but also remember that the smoke needs to be perfectly positioned, because if the smoke is crossing this line right here, then the opponents from double doors might feel a little bit too courageous and just gonna push it. So if you're gonna put a smoke over here, it cannot be like this. This gives too much space for the defenders coming in through double doors, right? So you want to do those kind of smokes when you're attacking. So this smoke that we have seen from Jet should have been actually a little bit more like this to create more space, but that doesn't run it that much because it's only a 4 seconds long smoke. But now that was the key piece, first key piece when it comes to smoking and vision denial. The second one will be for CT. It's important that it is on the left side like this of CT and not on the actual CT angle, because the Jet is trying to get space first here in this area. This is the second step of a successful execute, because you're taking the space bit by bit. The first area was this, the second area is backside C, and the third area is in post plant, this position over here, so it's not really important. That's why right now the smoke is gonna be positioned a little bit more to the left, which helps the Jet to gather this space. Now after the second smoke, there's still a lot of piece of utility here, right? So we're gonna have, this is all happening now in one time. So we're gonna have a nanoswarm that clears logs, very important. We're gonna have a stun from Breach. That's not it. Here we have a stun from Breach that is made to make sure that even if someone is close to double doors behind the box, he's gonna be stunned and then pushed by Jet, who can just target him when he's stunned while she's side dashing and checking that corner. If the players that is playing backside are not affected by the stun, they're gonna go into a pull from Astra. The gravitational pull is in a spot where essentially the player backside is always in a bad position. Either he's fully stunned by breach or he is being pulled by the gravitational pull. Sometimes you're gonna see combos where the gravitational pull is literally like on the same area as the breach stun, because if someone is affected by the breach stun, he's always pulled in the middle of it. But in this case, it's more important to affect the biggest radius on the map right now, and that's why this is being focused so much on this small area on the C backside. When that is happening, Sova already used his arrow that is currently flying and waiting to land on the backside C. But before that even happens as well, Sova already gonna go into his ultimate, targeting possibly the players on C backside. Now, all of that is happening in a blink of an eye, and the worst thing for Killjoy is her first target is not the Jet that dashed onto side from long. And no. The first target for her is gonna be the arrow on backside. And that arrow on backside is like a bait for the players on the C side, because you cannot stand anywhere on the side, on platform, on backside, or on logs without being affected by the vision. So you literally have to destroy it when it lands. And that's when Jet will strike. Now, having all of that in your mind, let's pay attention to what is actually happening during this post plant, because everything just works perfectly for RRQ. Everyone stands still. Jet and Breach are just holding the CT with the high and low positioning. They just have perfect crossfire for each other, which is so hard for the defenders to go through. And then everyone else is just holding their sides, and that's it. Well done, RRQ. Hope you all enjoyed this VCT Pacific breakdown with me, and see you guys next time.
Welcome everyone, we're now getting ready with the VCT Pacific Weekly Recap. It's my first time here, just in case anyone's tuning in now for some reason after missing all the matches. My name is William Cho, of course joined by my fellow desk mates over at the Analyst Desk. It's going to be Valdez and Quack. You guys have both done the weekly recap so far.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay, so
it's easy.
if I make any mistakes, just guide me through this, all right?
You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah,
You're doing great.
Okay, thank you.
Good
That's
job,
the
buddy.
encouragement I needed.
Good start.
We'll give you a cookie afterwards.
Okay, well, that's all I needed. All right, now I feel good. All right, well, let's get into it. Of course, we already had week 5 just finished. We still have 5 matches. We're still in that round robin stage here at VCT Pacific. So let's take a look at the results so far after 5 weeks of matches here between the 10 teams of VCT Pacific. So at the top of the board, to nobody's surprise, DRX still reigns supreme. Now, they were challenged by Gen G, finally dropping their first map. But afterwards, I mean, we were talking about this during the live show as well, but the middle of the pack, it's still hard to tell who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, dude. I'm just doing all the math in my head again. Valdez, please take it. I'm like,
well, I mean, the biggest thing, definitely you have to look towards the middle, where we do have the 4 teams rather tied at 3 and 2. Paper X are on top because of their round differential. They have won more cleanly than the other teams. They also have an extra map compared to the rest of them. So definitely look towards those tiebreakers, especially as we do get closer to playoffs, because they will have a big part in determining who will make playoffs, who will get a chance to make it to Masters Tokyo, and just your seed as well in playoffs. Like every single one matters. You don't want to face off against, you know, one of the strongest teams in the league right at the start. So everybody's gunning for that top spot.
I mean, that's right, because the top 2 spots, you get a bye in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You get top seeded, and then you get to skip the first few brackets, and you actually, it's such a huge advantage. So of course DRX and Gen G right now are the ones gunning for that, but I have a feeling that everyone in the middle next week will kind of break across their current tiebreakers, and they'll go into their own respective little spots. And of course, though, I mean, that's the thing that we see towards the bottom of the standings right now. Talon, they got their first win. We're
okay, I was about to ask,
happy
like,
about
how far
that.
down are we going here? Because there are multiple things to talk about. Yeah,
I'm getting there. Okay, because we're like we were talking about on the desk today. You know, players are people. We want to respect and, you know, love all of them and support all of them, and we really love the fact that Talon got their first win. But that said, they are still 9th place, and they left DFM in the lurch. DFM is now.
Yeah, they still haven't
Yikes.
found that first win, right? And we were talking about kind of the potential chances. I mean, Global Esports and Talon with that one win on the board, the hope is still there to be able to try to secure a, somewhat guaranteed spot if they're able to win the rest of all of their matches by avoiding, any sort of tiebreaker. But again, it remains to be seen. And Valdez, you mentioned it, of course, in terms of if there is a tie, how does that work out? We kind of have a series of rules, but right now, because it's a 4-way tie, the head-to-head doesn't even things out. So we go to map differential, then round differential, which is why you see it ranked that way. But again, I mean, still, many more matches left. 4 matches left for every single team. So plenty of changes could still happen here on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you even look at RRQ kind of like awkwardly in between the 4 tied teams and the rest of the story. So you don't really know, like, if they get a couple of wins, they could be up there with the rest of the tied teams, or, will Global Esports or Talent Esports be able to catch up to them? Obviously still waiting for DFM's first win. Gen G looking like a pretty solid number 2 at this point in time. That does remain to be seen. I mean, their schedule has been, I think, pretty easy overall. Like, it's pretty middling, so they do look very strong, but how strong are they really? I think we're going to find out more in the rest of the season.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see how the rest of the performance pans out. Now, talking about performances, here are the MVPs that were selected for each of the 5 matches this week. We started with Something with another great performance as he continues to stack more experience here in Pacific. Then we go down the road. I mean, Buzz, let's skip over that guy. We've seen him a lot in all sorts of different stages.
Yeah, we've had enough of him.
Yeah, but then Munchkin as well with some strong performances bringing T1 another much-needed win.
Yes, more interested in the following 3 players, right? Something, Buzz. All right, they've had their moment in the spotlight. Let's talk about Munchkin, because this guy was a big MVP. He was the IGL, and he's also the one kind of leading his team to a lot of these victories, honestly. Dubstep, I think he had a pretty damn good performance just up against DFM, because how many aces did we see from this guy into this week? And then, of course, we just had it this week. I mean, Jitboys. He was fun.
Yeah, Jitboys was just very consistent. That was kind of like the consistency vote. Like, there were some other players that maybe were a little bit more clutch than him, but Jitboys definitely deserved it for the 2 maps that they won over ZETA, even going into overtime, catching the top spot for both maps. So definitely a big one there. Munchkin was a very nice surprise. I think that kind of raises the stocks of T1 a bit because, he was always pretty good as an IGL. He's a good player, but he wasn't really as good as he showed in that match. And, remains to be seen just how far he can go. He did show a really high, but can he keep up with that high and bring it into some of the other matches? Because maybe it was just that one, but if he can do it again, then T1 are actually maybe top 2 or top 3.
Ooh, okay, you're still holding on to that hope that T1's potential is going to be reached within this season of VCT Pacific?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
Yeah, do you agree with that?
I think so, because, I mean, you can't think about Valorant as like the, this whole like power ranking kind of thing. That's just easier for us to analyze and predict things.
We can
sometimes.
only say this week because we're not doing the tier list.
I know, right?
We do that every 2 weeks. So.
Yeah, as long as we're not doing tier list today, okay. Because they did fall to Gen G, but that said, they're gonna have different experiences, and just because they fell to Gen G doesn't mean that they are, worse than Gen G. They could be better than some other teams. They could beat, I don't know, like Team Secret next week. Who knows? We're going to have to just wait and see. But this performance this week was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, well, we'll see if T1, they can continue to grow that. Now, I said it on the live show as well. I had a chance to talk to T1 ZETA. He goes in and tells me you guys can really trust us and kind of predict us to win from here on out. So this is all on his word now if they can keep this up. But we'll wait to see until we get to the upcoming matches in the next weeks. Now, you mentioned it earlier, Quack. We had some aces again this week. We had some fun plays.
Ooh,
and I know the entire crew throughout Week 5 selected a couple of our favorite top plays of Week 5. So let's take a look at our first one. This is a bit of a regular occurrence, a regular visit here from one of our players over on Global Esports. And it's going to be none other than Manyet.
It wasn't a Monday, but he still came up with some crazy performances because he is that controller. He knows how to play around his smokes, and he was supported by Bazzi in that instance. I think it was Davai was actually in the corner, but Davai was concussed because of Bazzi's Trailblazer, and it enabled Manyet to kind of maneuver around Pillar for the rest of the round just to finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, you hear the nod again coming up. I mean, how many times this is from Magnet? Dude is a monster when it comes to split B.
I mean, he, not only there, he's just like putting up some insane numbers this season. Remember, he was the first one, I think, to hit 40K. Or was it 30K?
39 kills.
Oh,
39 kills.
Basically 40,
yeah,
so
I
close.
mean, one off.
And yeah, there were a lot of overtimes, but like whatever. He's pretty consistent, even though they did lose that one, of course. It doesn't really matter because the guy is consistently showing that he is a top performer. So as long as Global Esports have him, I mean, anything is possible, right? So
yeah,
very much looking forward to the rest of the season with him.
Yeah, the growth of not just Magnet, but of course Global Esports, something to look forward to. Now our next highlight, I think this one, if you've been playing Valorant since the beginning, you're gonna love watching this one because I mean, he's always been the one to go to watch for these Jet highlights.
Is he the OG Korean
The
Jet?
OG.
He is, right? I mean, it's all of these clips that we keep seeing on social media, whether it's like TikTok or Twitter, YouTube short, whatchamacallit these days, the young kids. I can't keep up with them no more.
Short form content. That's
Young
the profession.
whippersnappers. But yeah, it's these crazy, like, how do you do that?
For me, it was actually the shorty kill that was
Yes.
most impressive. Funnily enough to say, because the shorty is like, okay, it's like a very short-range shotgun. You just click a button if you're close enough and you get the kill, right? But the op shots were pretty like standard. They were really good, don't get me
they were
wrong.
very clean, yes.
It was very clean. It was very, like, his positioning was perfect. The way he dashed out was very perfect. But like, when he's like jumping in between two people, he flicks shorties and then dashes again with the redash. Like, that was where I was like, okay, this is gonna be a highlight already. Like, and then he gets the ace.
And then he gets the ace.
And it's crazy because that was number 2. No spoilers, but
yeah,
there was a play somehow that was better than that one.
Yeah, I mean, we had quite a few good ones. Now, this last one is not an ace, but I think it tops the charts here this week at Pacific simply because of the decision that comes with this, and also just everything lines up, right? The stars align for none other than Mako. And I know we talk about Mako a lot, but this was a crazy play.
It's so insane how you have the mentality to even think of something like this. It's outrageous, honestly, because he allows his team to kind of just, hold the side on his own. He actually uses the From the Shadows, the ultimate, to get to the top of heaven. Nobody knew this. Nobody heard this. And from all this time, it almost looked impossible for DRX until Mako does this. He drops down, gets the spray transfer. And you see how instant and like sequential that was? You realize how much you have to practice spray transferring, how much you have to master recoil control in order to get such a crazy spray transfer.
Yeah, I mean, because like the distance, it's more than 2 targets, it's 3 targets, and the fact that he's able to stop for each one and make sure he cleans up each kill it's incredible. It goes to show, again, I know we echo this every week on all parts of the broadcast, but it goes to show why Mako gets so much praise.
He's the king of Pacific, honestly. I can't say anything else.
He has the title right now for sure, and he has for a little bit. I think that even differing elevations, right? Like he's kind of got that slope as you go into long as well, and just the whole play, like you were saying, Quack, where it's like just the thought to even think of something like this is pretty insane. So. From just the setup into the mechanics, he's kind of got it all, and he gets yet another top 1 highlight of the week. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be more to come.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more to come. I mean, he's always been part of the highlight packages, even since Challengers Korea. So it's no surprise that he's able to continue to put these numbers up. But we'll see if he can. How many more he can get. I think that's
I was casting that, and when you watch, like, okay,
you guys are losing your minds, by the way.
Yeah. How do you not, honestly? Like, it looks like Gen G were about to win that round. It's like 4v2, and then Mako drops from heaven. I thought, like, surely he's too low HP. Probably Gen G could still take this, but I give up.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's better to just let it play out, right? And there's no other way to explain what happens. This is just the territory of what it takes to be one of, if not one of the top players of the entire world. And of course, it's a pleasure for us to get to see him here in VCT Pacific every week as DRX continues their matches. Now, that's it for our top plays of this week here at Week 5 of VCT Pacific. And we don't have any guests this week, but that means we get to have a little bit of our own fun. And I love
nervous.
I love that I
doing
get to
that?
host today on Weekly Recap, and I don't have to go through because we have a little VCT Pacific quiz show. Now, what's a little different? What's a little different than what we usually do on the analyst desk is this is actually I see the questions right now, and we've got some nice trivia just about VCT Pacific overall. Some fun facts.
What do you mean?
All right. Well, the first question will let you know what we
did you mean by this?
We'll go through this. No, I think it's going to be fun. Some of these you might know. Even if you don't, I think it will be nice to find out for the viewers as well.
Teasing us about this all day, Valorant.
Yeah. You guys will see it. It's going to be multiple choice. Everyone who's watching, try to follow along and see if you can get the right answer. Let's start with question 1. Let's bring it up on screen. All right. This player's IGN is the name of his dog. Who is it? Talon Fox, Global Esports, Aaron, ZETA, Laz, TS, Jeremy, DRX,
Can't be Jeremy.
Buzz.
I don't think it's Jeremy.
Let's go. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
All right.
get
Process
this.
of
Probably
elimination.
Jeremy.
All right.
It's totally
Eliminate.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say not Aaron or Fox either.
Okay, so between
Fox? I
Laz
feel
and
like
Buzz.
Fox could be, though.
could be it, but I think the spelling is kind of like, I don't know,
Okay,
kind of throws
that's-
me off. So I think it's either Laz or Buzz. I'm gonna guess Buzz, personally.
Ooh, okay. Quack, what about you?
All right. I guess I'll go with. I don't want to say Laz because Laz sounds like that's like a name.
A pet name?
Not really.
Oh, it just sounds like a name?
I mean, just
And
think
Buzz
about
is
it.
just a word?
Lazarus,
Sound it
maybe,
off, right?
you
Sound it
know?
off. Like you come home, you call out your pet, your dog, and hey Laz. I think I'm gonna go with Fox.
Okay, that's a curveball. All right. Well, let's find out which player named himself after his dog. Show us the answer.
What?
And it's
See,
Laz.
come on. I teed you up for it. I'm like, it's probably Buzz.
I know,
I'm like,
right?
I'll take Buzz.
What? How do you?
It's Fox.
It's
here,
Laz. It's
come here,
Laz.
and
Yep.
then, like, that's kind of a little Laz.
All right,
Yeah, all right.
so this is the type of trivia we're going to go through. That's kind of just our teaser on question 1. We've got 4 more questions, so let's fire through these, because some of these we want to kind of explain how this came to be for our viewers at home. Let's bring up question number 2 and find out a little bit more here. This player currently has 225 total kills in VCT Pacific, putting him in first place for the highest number of kills. Who is it? We've got Monette, Jeremy, Texture, Depth, and King. All quite likely candidates.
Yeah, this is actually difficult because I feel like it's multiple choice, but it could be. I have like 3 choices: Monette,
All right.
Texture, or King.
Monette, Texture, or King. Oh, really? Knocking
Yeah.
out Jeremy and Depp. All right, Quack, what do you think? Get your thoughts here while we count down.
I'm just gonna lock in Monette right off the bat.
Monette.
This
Is it
is
because of the
Monette.
39 kills?
Probably. I'm someone who I don't test well. I'm not gonna pass my Valorant SATs.
If it's Monette, then it's not Texture because they're on the same team probably. So I'm gonna go with King.
All right, Monette or King. Those are the answers from our panel. Let's see the answer. Monette, he did have that record on 39. And it's Depp!
Wait, oh man.
There's a fun fact about this, because you guys are
Okay.
going to love seeing this. Let's bring up the explanation for how this came to be, because Monette was actually in first place with 217
Darn it.
kills, but Depp takes it after their match
I chose
today.
5th place. I
You
meant
chose
who had the
fifth
least
place.
amount of kills. That's what I was saying. I don't know. Were we going
Okay.
for the most?
Yeah, we were going for the most. You misunderstood the question. That's okay. All right. Well, Depp, he tops the board after today's match, of course, against Talon, even though they actually didn't win, but Depp was able
They
to
did
eke
go
out.
overtime.
They did go overtime, so that
That's
helps.
true.
All right. All
I'm
right.
glad that I'm learning these, even though we're wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just fun facts, right? Let's go to question number 3. It gets better and better. So let's bring up the
does it?
next question. The guns that are most used in VCT Pacific is the Vandal. Then what is the 4th most frequently used
The
gun?
4th most
Classic,
frequently used?
Sheriff, Spectre, Frenzy, or Ghost?
I'd like to phone a lifeline.
You'd like to phone a lifeline? To who? Who do you think is actually going to know this answer?
William, maybe.
I do know the answer, actually.
William.
I'll tell you this. Funnily enough, clearly, if the shorty's not in here, it's probably in top 2 or 3, so that's the other fun part. But
I'm gonna say it's not the classic and it's not the Spectre.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's the 4th most frequently used.
Wait, can you
just take a guess.
I'm gonna say the Frenzy.
Well, okay.
Because that's become more popular recently, even over the Ghost.
True. I'm
You
gonna
see
go
a lot
Sheriff.
of frenzies. I think Sheriff is a good guess as
'cause
well. But
we've
it's
seen a lot
4th
of-
most. Like, how are we supposed to
That's
guess
true.
Sheriff?
Yeah.
Sheriff, Sheriff for final pick?
Sheriff might be a little bit too high, but I'm just going to go that anyway.
I'm Frenzy, so.
Oh, you're Frenzy. All right.
Yeah,
Frenzy or Sheriff? Show us the answer.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
At least one of us got one of them right.
This was a tough, yeah.
So far.
This is a team effort. We're dividing.
We're better than
divide and
0.
conquer, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the thing. They were tied with the Spectre actually for first place with 672 buys. But with today's match, the force most frequently is going to be the Sheriff. So interesting to find out. Actually, if you look at the scoreboard, Shorty not up there. Of course, Vandal and Phantom, no surprise that it's first and second. And then the Classic, and then Sheriff, and then the Spectre getting pushed down to 5th place. So just goes to show after the rifles, right, what kind of is the preferred.
So I'm just way off.
Yeah,
Frenzy wasn't even up there.
Yeah, you're like King, Frenzy, they're
I'm
like
trying
always
the hardest to choose the most wrong one so far. Like, at least I'm doing the best at one thing.
Well, yeah, you know what? Yeah,
Not
you're
that
right.
good,
You're number one in something. That's what matters.
That's what counts, right?
All right, let's go to question number 4. Give us the next one.
Right? We take those.
Which one of the following pairs is a correct representation of the birth years of the youngest player and the oldest player in VCT Pacific? I'm not going to read all these out, but yeah, let's just go for a guess.
I'm going to... It's definitely 1990. That's, what's his face?
Wait, actually, this is winnable.
Well, it has to be one of the Team Secret guys, right?
Yeah. Why can I not remember his
I
name?
know that Forsaken's
I'm going to go with 1990 and 2005.
Number 4.
Number 4, yeah.
All right.
That's my guess.
So let's assume Brendan's correct. Then it's between 1 and 4. Quack, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to have to go with
I look at the birth dates a lot, actually.
I'll just spread it across.
One thing I'm unsure about is if there's actually someone 1988. I don't think so.
No, I think oldest is 33,
I'm
isn't it?
pretty sure 1990 was the oldest.
I mean, I'm 1989 if that helps at all, but...
I had his name, and for some reason I forget it now.
I think I'm actually the same age as Angel, but he doesn't play in Pacific, so. All right.
Yeah.
You're number 4.
I'm 1.
1 and... Oh, you guys are just split.
from
All right.
Team Secret.
All right. 4 and 1. Let's find
It's a
out
team
the
effort.
answer.
We got this.
Yeah. Hey, there we go.
And it's 1990 and 2005. It pays to look at the
From
birth
Team
dates.
Secret, who is that?
And Jesse Vash.
There you go.
Jesse
I
Vash.
kept thinking Saya play because they had like the longer names.
And then it's going to be Jit Boys, actually. Just got the MVP today for Talon's first win.
15-year
Born
age
in
gap.
2005.
God, we're old.
Yeah, the fact that I can very clearly remember what I was doing in 2005 shows that I'm way older.
I was in school.
Than Jit Boys is. Well, there you go. It's a
Okay.
15-year age gap, so we actually have quite a bit of depth here in VCT Pacific among our players. Well, this is my favorite question, our last question. The finale of the weekly
excited
recap.
now.
Let's bring up question number 5. Pat of Talon Esports has played the most agents at 8 different agents in VCT Pacific so far. Which of the following colors does not exist in any of those 8 agent illustrations?
Illustrations meaning...
Basically, they're kind of splash illustrations, right?
Splat,
They're
okay.
portraits, I
This is
believe.
The portraits.
It should be their portraits. So red, yellow, blue, pink, or purple. This is one of those questions where you listen to the
It's
first
not
part and the
yellow.
second part has nothing to do with the first.
It's not yellow.
I'm going into my.
You got to go through like every
Sherlock.
every agent that
Mind
he's played.
Palace.
Is pink?
He has
So
it-
he's played Astra, right?
He has played Astra.
So it's not yellow or purple. Is pink in the portrait though? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
we're picking what does not exist, by the way.
Yeah.
Just a reminder. All right.
I
Time's
feel like
ticking.
it might be 3.
3 blue. There's a lot of
there's
blue.
a lot of blue.
in
There's a lot of
Valorant.
blue.
I
know
feel
he
like blue
hasn't
it's
done
definitely
Reyna
not.
or
10
anything.
seconds.
It's red or pink.
I'm cutting you guys.
It's red or
I'm cutting
pink.
you guys short. 10, 9,
I'm gonna go with.
7,
All right, you pick.
6,
I'm
5,
gonna go
4.
with red.
Red. Okay. What about you,
Yeah.
Quack? Do you trust in Valdez to bring you guys home?
Yeah, I'll trust him. I'm
Okay.
gonna go with
Red.
We're together.
Oh, you're gonna go with pink.
Oh,
just to spread across.
Oh,
'cause
just
he
to
said-
spread.
He said
Yeah,
red.
yeah,
He
yeah,
keeps
you
telling
gotta
me
cover all
this
bases.
is team
Okay.
effort.
All right.
I'm a
Which
team player.
color does not exist in any of the illustrations of the agents Pat has played so far in Pacific? The answer is.
It's red.
I actually can't believe you got this right because I was looking at it. I was like, no, red's totally in. But
No,
let's take a look
no.
at who he's played: Harbor, Sage, Gecko, Breach, Astra, Killjoy, KO, and Raze.
So I
What
knew
threw
he
me off
played
was
Harbor.
I would have thought red is in Razes, but it's
I
actually just all
kinda-
orange. There's no
Yeah.
red there.
That's true.
I knew yellow was Gecko, and I knew Astra had purple. Pink, I was unsure about because I
Who's
thought
red in
someone
Valorant?
probably had pink.
Yeah. Because I think
Astros
Geckos
look-
and
but I was
Astros, I
like,
think they have shades of
not
pink in
sure.
both. But
But
there-
red,
I
I was
also
like,
probably
I
maybe
couldn't
Razes
really
as well.
remember any agent that had red. So I was
that's
like,
actually a good design choice.
Yeah.
Because like you think about it with the outlines and like a lot of different VFX and everything.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of red.
Not just straight red. No, Reina's all purple as well.
Yeah, you think about it.
So at the end of the day, it's like
this is our homework. We gotta figure out which agent has red in their portrait. Well, that's it for the VCT Pacific quiz show. It was fun, right? Some fun facts.
We were wrong, but we learned a lot.
Yeah,
we got better at the end, right?
Yeah, we all gained something from this quiz show. So that's it for the quiz show. Of course, we do have many more weeks and matches left here for VCT Pacific. Let's take a look at week 6 rather of the schedule for the matches coming up next week. We have another 5 lined up. Now, I mean, all of these, I think there's big reasons to watch, but if you guys had to pick one match each for viewers to really kind of look forward to, Quack, let's start with you. What's your match of the week?
mean, we kind of just talked about it before we closed off the desk segment today. I think Talon versus Paper Rex will be pretty chaotic.
Well, that's simply your personal favorite.
That's just my personal thing. But you know, if we're gonna go a little bit more objective, I think I feel like maybe Global Gen G. Because you know, with SK Rossi Lightning Fast in, of course, I think Gen G, we know how strong they are. They're the first team to take a map off DRX. But at the same time, we know that they are not infallible, and Global has been showing a lot of growth and a lot more depth in their strategies and map picks at times, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think Global's a really nice wild card. I think that's a great pick in terms of like just the objective pick. I understand where you're coming from the Monday match, of course. I think that Sunday as a whole is pretty cool because it's like team that looks almost unbeatable versus teams that are like the up-and-comers that are like in the bottom to middle of the pack. Like, can they overcome as like the dark horse? If they win, it's like a really cool story. Maybe they are on the come up as maybe one of these teams to look out for. I think that ZETA versus Team Secret might be the closest match.
Okay.
Like if I had to choose one that you're like, oh, this is going to be a fun one, maybe we actually do get 3 maps.
He's onto something.
It could go either way. Like Team Secret, yeah, they defeated DFM, but like, where are they really?
What I'm hearing from this is every day is worth watching of VCT Pacific. Right? No, but literally, I mean, especially next week, not just out of team power level, but the storylines are really starting to form here as we pass the halfway mark of VCT Pacific. Well, that just means that you guys will have to stay tuned, mark your calendars. Make sure you remember that our weekend times have been pulled up an hour, and then our Monday times for the single match has been pushed behind an hour. So it's 5 p.m. KST and 7 p.m. KST start times. Make sure you set your alarms and tune in for every single best of 3 here in week 6 of VCT Pacific. Thank you so much for joining us here at the weekly recap. Thank you so much for your time, Valdez and Quack. Always a pleasure to chat with you guys. We'll be back next week with more Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. See you then.